morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to sunny Stuttgart by the Sea and our first Industry Collaboration Day. Some of you may have been to Industry Day at EUCOM before, but today we're focused on collaboration, so thank you for coming. We're going to start, as usual, with some administrative remarks. The first one is, please turn these off. So I'm going to turn mine off, and I'll give you time to turn yours off. The second is an apology. Some of you may have heard something about a U.S. government shutdown. Our original plan was to hold this event in conjunction with our annual European Strategy Implementation Conference, because this really is part of our strategy development process here at the headquarters. Had we been able to do that, we would have had the chiefs of the offices of defense cooperation from across the theater and a lot of other key people who help us in our strategy development process. Because of the government shutdown, we couldn't obligate money to buy their tickets, so we've had to split that whole event into November. The good news is our work today will inform that process, and so it will not be lost. The second thing is we will publish a compendium of the discussions and outcomes from today. Again, that will inform our strategy process, so that will also get back to you all the information that you wish you would have written down in your notes. So we'll send that back to you. Part of that will be questions that you can leave with us, and we'll answer those questions through our normal staffing process, put the answers into the compendium so that we can get everybody's needs taken care of. Now, without further ado, let me just do one other thing that I failed to do at the beginning, and that's introduce myself. I'm Mike Ryan, the Director of the Interagency Partnering Directorate, the ECJ9 here at the headquarters. We're very rapidly transitioning from an Interagency Partnering Directorate to an Interorganizational Partnering Directorate. Why interorganizational? Because it's a lot easier than saying interagency, international, public-private, NGOs, international organizations, think tanks, academia, and whoever else wants to do it. Because the acronym is just unusable to do it that way. So, I'll be your facilitator today from the EUCOM side. From the industry side, we have two facilitators. I'd like to ask them to stand up, please. So, Lindert van Boekhoven from IBM. He's a defense leader here in Europe. And Robert Draper, who chairs the American Defense Industrial Forum in Brussels and represents the Spectrum Group. So they will be handling the industry aspects of our facilitation. So I promised you admin remarks, because I know everyone's looking forward to that. So I'd like to introduce Colonel Sean Mulcahy, the Division Chief for our Civil Partnering Division, who's responsible for this entire event. Unless something goes wrong, and then it's my fault, and he'll go over the admin remarks. Sean.
Well, good morning. It's great to see so many of you here. I am Colonel Mulcahy, and I would like to straighten one thing out. I am not an Army chaplain. So please don't approach me during the breaks and come to me with your confessions, unless they're really good, and then maybe I'll listen. But I can't promise that they won't end up on the internet. So that's just a word of caution. Really, I am the Chief of Civil Partnership Division. I'm very lucky to have an awesome team, part of the J9 as well as part of our division. And has been working extremely hard to pull this thing off, despite the fact that all the turmoil that Mr. Ryan talked about. Our key action officer was on furlough. She is now, unfortunately, not able to be here today. That's Dr. Laura Johnson-Graham, who is away on family emergency. So I would like to just recognize a couple of people first. Dr. Laura Johnson-Graham, who many of you on the industry side have communicated with, spoken to. She unfortunately is not able to be here, so we're going to do our best to make her proud. Also, I have back in the back is Miss Rose Buckley. If you would raise your hand. Miss Rose Buckley is an intern, a non-paid intern with our division, and she really was the saving grace during some of the furlough. And my heartfelt gratitude to Rose, who really helped. This would not have been possible without her. And the other one is Sergeant First Class John Newland. Now he's not here because he's off doing his logistics function, including something. He's a big barrel-chested NCO. If he pushes you aside, just let him go, because he's the one that's pulling everything together. So I really wanted to say that up front. Okay, the Civil Partnership Division is responsible for trying to figure out how to make public-private partnerships viable options for EUCOM strategic objectives. If I could go to the next slide here, real quick on the admin piece. There is a map of the facility. I can orient you. You are there. This is the crystal ballroom. In case of emergency, on the fire escape is right out the front door. There's also a door out the back in the lunch area or past the restrooms. Okay, so don't expect that to happen, but just so you know where the exits are. We'll be doing most of all the plenary sessions in here. Some of the afternoon breakout sessions will be across the hall, and then there's one small room upstairs, and we'll walk you through that this afternoon. Lunch will be across the way here in the dining area, and that will be this afternoon as well. We will have an information desk up front. If you have any questions, if you need any assistance, please go up there and ask them, and we'll do what we can to assist you. Next slide, please. Okay, security. Just a reminder, we have security threats here. We just deal. If you were signed on by us through the gate, we'd ask for your cooperation in remaining in the facility. If you need to leave, then please let us know. We can work to accommodate that. Okay, but we are responsible for you while you're here. We do have Wi-Fi access. It's ECJ9 ID hub. Okay, that's the thing. So you can log on. Feel free to use the Wi-Fi, but I ask you to minimize the use if possible. We have some stuff running out in the hallways, some demonstrations that are relying on that, and hopefully the access to the Wi-Fi won't diminish the service. There's a business center. We have a laptop computer with internet access, with a printer that's in the front lobby. If you need to access or print something, that's available for you. The breakout sessions, there were sign-up sheets back in the lobby. Would ask if you haven't done that already, please do so throughout the morning. We're going to try to level the groups to make sure we have enough in each group. So I ask you to make sure you sign up for a breakout group this afternoon, and we will close that just as lunch starts so that we can get that ready for the afternoon. Okay. We will have 3x5 cards circulating and a box to drop them in. Okay, and what I ask is that if you don't get an opportunity to ask a question, if you have a thought that you don't have the opportunity to get out, please write it down. It can be just a random thought. That's fine. Drop it in the box because we're going to capture all the material from this and move forward. So we do have media coverage with AFN is covering the event today, and the proceedings will be published. So without any further comment, I would like to turn it back to Mr. Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Okay, one other very important announcement. Obviously, we want to run on time so we can get through a very busy agenda. So when it's time to come back to the plenary or to go to your working groups, we have an indicator. Maybe we'll demonstrate what that sounds like. Be aggressive with it. Up and down. There we go. Thank you very much. So now we'll get into the meat of it. Very happy to introduce, through the wonders of technology, the Commander of the United States European Command and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Philip Breedlove, who is joining us through technology on the screen to your left. Really well last night.
Good morning and welcome to the U.S. European Command. On behalf of our excellent staff, I would like to thank you for joining us for our first Industry Collaboration Day as part of our European strategy process. You represent a wide variety of sectors and geographies, and yet I believe that EUCOM shares key interests and objectives with each one of the organizations. Whether it's global cyber security, regional security, or economic growth in a particular market, we are likely working toward common purposes with you, even if we aren't aware of each other's activities. This is an important point for us to explore together, because as economic pressures mount, our respective missions are better achieved through shared efforts. The U.S. DoD is becoming increasingly reliant on non-government partners, and we find that there is great benefit in mutual sharing of information, coordinating efforts, and at times integrating programs of activity with non-government partners. Your presence here today is very heartening, as it represents to me the great potential of collaboration with interested private sector partners. Additionally, it represents an important step for U.S. European Command to open our doors to private sector participation in our strategy process. I see a cultural shift in the DoD toward integration of the expertise and insights of our private sector partners into how we set strategic direction and how we do business. This is encouraging, but more importantly, it is absolutely necessary. Thank you for helping us question our status quo. As you work with our leaders and staff today, I ask that you offer us your unvarnished perspective and that you help us to see the regional challenges through your eyes, and we hope to do the same for you. The bottom line is that EUCOM will be most successful in our mission if we work closely with partner organizations with shared interests. We think you will find similar benefits to partnership, and today is the first step towards that collaboration. Thank you for joining us on this journey.
Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you live and in the room the civilian deputy to General Brila, Ambassador Philip Moon. Ambassador Moon's biography is in your welcome packet, and so I won't delve into that other than to say he's just arrived from being the United States Ambassador in Bosnia. Prior to that, he was Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Afghanistan, so he's well qualified to talk to us on these important topics. Ambassador Moon.
Thanks very much, Mike. Mike got me a little confused with our commander, Patrick, and Philip. Two different people.
Oh, yeah.
But very pleased to have all of you here today. This is a very important event for us. Although I'm very new here, it's been very clear to me that there is tremendous potential for collaboration between EUCOM and the private sector. And this is an excellent event to pursue networking, which we all know is so important, but also to sort of stimulate and nurture creative ideas on future partnerships between the private sector and EUCOM. We all know, of course, how important the transatlantic relationship is to the continued vitality and prosperity of both Europe and the United States. And we all know how much work it takes to maintain balance, let alone to rebalance. The work of both of these efforts continues here today. The zones of prosperity and security from Seoul to San Francisco and from Boston to Istanbul are two parts of the same whole. Stability or instability in one has a direct effect on the other. A Europe whole, free, and at peace is just as important today as it was 65 years ago. Keeping it so and consolidating and strengthening the work we've done is the subject of our discussion today. The result that we all want is by no means certain. Today, I hope that you will explore the dynamic interplay between your work and ours to ensure we both understand how we can act to benefit each other while advancing our individual goals. Clearly, both NATO and the European Union are integral parts of our current and future success. The credibility of NATO's military capabilities is directly related to NATO's political credibility, and NATO's political credibility is inextricably linked to NATO's military capabilities. And I am quick to add, the U.S. is indeed ready and quite open to acknowledging that the EU plays an increasingly important role in this area as well. There can be no greater affirmation of the importance and relevance of what I have said so far than the nation negotiations for a transatlantic trade and investment partnership, TTIP. Increasingly, our geography is defined by our economics more than our politics. If we consider, for a moment, the economic geography of TTIP, basically a transatlantic free trade agreement, and its relationship to our security and defense dialogue, the implications for EUCOM and for our discussion today are enormous. In such a world, the potential for agility, flexibility, and resilience in our transatlantic security and defense architecture boggles the mind. To reach this potential, many challenges remain to be addressed, but our joint efforts, in particular on the defense industrial base, can help us move forward. While no one can predict whether or not defense will be part of TTIP, transatlantic defense industrial relations will continue to be a critical part of our work moving forward. Our discussions here today, benefiting from two of the most important perspectives, yours and ours, can focus on the things we know need to be done in any case. Export control reform, for example, a buy European perspective or not in Brussels, and what U.S. posture changes in Europe might mean for interoperability in the future. These are just some of the issues we might discuss. For example, in the areas of getting things done, myriad issues come to mind from better logistics throughput to improved defense institution building, from examining the role of industry in long-term development to how industry and government can build better cyber defenses. Suffice it to say, I think there will be something for everyone in today's discussion. Please do not be shocked, therefore, in proposing a topic or an idea, since one of our goals is to figure out how to sustain this dialogue over time. The more ideas we have to discuss, the more likely it is that the discussion will continue. Please allow me to thank you in advance for the topics and ideas to come. Finally, let me reiterate that we do not want just to talk. We want to plan as well. In fact, we want to develop actionable plans with you where we find coincidence of purpose. In other words, we are convinced that partnering is not only possible, but it works best when we need each other to accomplish something that is in both our interests, but which neither of us could achieve separately. Coincidence of purpose. Coincidence of purpose outside the realm of a contractual relationship enables everyone to pursue his or her own interests when it suits them to do so. This is okay with us, in fact. This is what partnerships are all about. Getting what you need that you cannot get on your own while helping your partners to get what they cannot get on their own. So let's work together. I know there are lots of ideas to discuss, plans to be laid, and partnerships developed. Good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Patrick Moon. General Philip Reed, Ambassador Patrick Moon. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, thank you for what you do and for your willingness to do your work together with us. We're truly humbled that you are here in our headquarters. Thank you. EUCOM's motto is stronger together, because none of us is as smart as all of us thinking together, and none of us is as good as all of us working together. Why is this important to Geographic Combatant Command? The 12 years of war has taught us anything, it's this. We are all part of the solution. In fact, no solution to the problems of instability and a lack of good governance is possible unless we all work together to get it done. Looking out at this impressive gathering of professionals committed to partnering, committed to moving forward together for peace and prosperity, I'm starting to feel a little bit like I'm in heaven. In fact, my role reminds me of the day Father O'Leary walked into the pub. Father O'Leary walks into a pub and he walks up to Michael and he says, "Michael, do you want to go to heaven?" Michael says, "Yes, Father, I do." He says, "Great, go stand by the wall." Father O'Leary walks up to Kevin, he says, "Kevin, do you want to go to heaven?" He says, "Yes, Father, I do." He says, "Great, go stand by the wall." Father walks up to Patty, he says, "Patty, do you want to go to heaven?" And Patty says, "No, Father, I don't." Father says, "Patty, what do you mean you don't want to go to heaven? Everybody wants to go to heaven. How can you say you don't want to go to heaven?" Patty says, "Father, of course I want to go to heaven. I just thought you were getting a group to go now." But when you look at the need for all of us to develop whole of society solutions, the need is now, and we have to go now, but it's difficult. We want to talk about some of those difficulties today and how to move forward. So how do we get people to want to go to partnering heaven with us? That's the key question. I think in this case, 3 points are worth remembering. First is understanding context, is understanding what is possible. Politics are the art of the possible, and all politics are local. This all of you know well. What do I mean by understanding context is understanding what is possible. A wide-ranging and ongoing dialogue is essential if we are to truly understand what is going on in our area of responsibility. What is going on? Why? What's important to whom? How do things really work? We need to help each other to understand the context in which we live and work. For example, you may be well aware of the European Union efforts to eliminate the government-to-government exception in the Public Procurement Directive, which would put foreign military sales in Europe at risk. Foreign military sales at risk in Europe could put interoperability in the NATO alliance at risk, which in turn would make it more difficult to work with allies, which in turn would increase the impetus for some in Washington to call for greater force reductions in Europe, which could then put the fabric of the alliance at risk. A little far-fetched? Yeah, possibly. But for every action, there is a reaction, and we need to understand the interplay between those reactions, the timing of those actions, and who's involved and why. Some other contextual issues worth noting that we might discuss are smart defense and pooling and sharing. U.S. policy and U.S. regulations are designed for bilateral relationships. In the future, we need multilateral relationships to get things done. We, the United States, can be an obstacle to that which we seek in Europe. We need to understand how to remove those obstacles. What's the relationship between foreign military sales, NATO capability targets, our EUCOM theater security cooperation, and the market? We need to bring all of those into alignment in order to be as effective as possible. And how do we take such an approach of discussing broadly, bringing tools into alignment in other mission areas like disaster response or cyber or logistics? We need to figure that out as well. Second, politics is the art of the possible. Who can do what and when and how and with whom? National and international politics, to include those of NATO and the EU, and politics of multinational fora like NORDEFCO, don't generally become part of our strategy process here. We deal with those on a daily basis. We need your insights on how to do that. Which brings up the possibility of a transatlantic defense industrial base in TTIP. Or more directly, Buy American versus Buy European. We need to understand the impetus there. And we need to understand government and industry, or government versus industry. And whose industry and whose government are we talking about, and in what context? So politics is the art of the possible. So knowing something about what drives decisions for us at the political level helps us to know what's possible, and therefore where our strategy should take us. Finally, the great Irish American Tip O'Neill reminded all of us that all politics is local. That's where you live and work. That's where decisions on spending money are made. So in other words, with whom should we work? When should we approach them and how? Because it all happens out there. I like to tell people here that Europe is what goes on outside the headquarters. We need to get out more. You coming here helps us to get out more, so thank you for that. Out there, EUCOM and the U.S. government are working to unify our approach. The embassy team, EUCOM and Washington, are merging defense diplomacy and development in each country, inside each embassy, under the able leadership of the ambassador, because they know the local politics that's on the ground where things happen. And your partners, the Foreign Commercial Service and the Office of Defense Cooperation, help us close the loop with you on how that works on the ground. Because on the ground is where a coherently integrated whole-of-society approach that can be sustained over time, which is essential for the maintenance of the peace and stability, essential for our prosperity, is really brought together and made to work. But such an approach begins here with our dialogue. It begins with meetings like this in which we talk, get to know each other, begin to understand the context of what is possible, the politics in which those possibilities might occur, and how we can bring things into being. So that's what we're going to do today. In this process, we can all find ways for each of us to be successful. Now, let me tell you what we planned for today to do that. Now I'll ask for the slide. Thank you. Again, as a good Air Force officer, I have 3 points. What are we trying to do and why? What does success look like, and how will we know we've been successful? We're going to walk through very briskly this morning some thought stimulations for you from a EUCOM perspective, from an industry perspective, and then some examples of successful partnering that have been underway. We'll have time for questions, and again, you'll have cards to write your questions down if you don't get an opportunity to ask your question or to make a point. We're going to walk through those. between those, we're going to have networking breaks. Again, networking breaks, so get to know each other, introduce yourselves to one another. With the goal really, as Ambassador Moon laid out, to develop a mutual understanding, to think about plans as we might go forward, and to develop ways in which we might continue the dialogue into the future. So why are we doing this? We need to develop sustainable value-added partnerships and partnering processes across the entire range of activities essential for our mutual success. So it's not just security assistance, it's not just cyber, disaster response, logistics, other areas of potential cooperation as well. What does success look like? In my view, success is when everyone is able to do what they do best. From idea generation through planning and execution to evaluation, we do what we best in a complementary and mutually reinforcing way. In other words, everyone lives the motto, stronger together. More efficient, more effective, and always together. So, the hardest thing, how will we know we've succeeded? From our point of view, when people have a natural impulse to partner, we will have succeeded. When people know how to partner, and with whom and when, we will have succeeded. People partner to the ends on which we all agree, and know how to reach those ends, we will have succeeded. And when we minimize duplication and maximize our collective resources, we will have succeeded. So again, this is our approach, a EUCOM perspective, an industry perspective, examples of partnering between industry and the Department of Defense or others, to generate discussion during the networking breaks, over the lunch period, and in the working groups this afternoon. The working groups will all be facilitated by representatives from industry. There will be subject matter experts from EUCOM in each group to help tell our story as part of the partnering effort. And so again, I thank you for being here. I welcome you again. And I just wanted to say finally, EUCOM is a great place to be, so if you need help with anything, just ask anybody in uniform, and they will go out of their way, I'm sure, to help you get what you need. So thank you again, and without further ado, we're ready to move to the first panel. So if I can invite our panelists, General Crawford, General Bansimer, Colonel Zimmer, and Admiral Piercy to the stage. We'll begin with Admiral Piercy, who is the Deputy J5. His biography, again, is in your handout. And he'll go over, from a strategic perspective, what we're trying to do as a NICPOR. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm going to be real quick here because I think I have 5 minutes or less to talk. So, can we have the first slide, please? Oh, you don't have my slides. Well, don't worry about the first slide. The first slide will show, well, it talks about the strategic environment, what's going on in Europe right now. And I'll just sort of give a real quick rundown. Because I'm actually going to deviate from the slide. You know, it shows, there's still regional conflict going on. Armenia, Azerbaijan, Serbia, Kosovo potentially here. Our Baltic states and Poland have legitimate concerns about a more sort of Russia. You may have heard about, obviously, what's going on in North Africa and the Levant, what's now termed in DoD circles as the Middle East, North Africa problem. So there's a lot going on in the world right now, and a lot of it's focused here in Europe. And Europe is a crossroads of what we enable in Central Command and what we enable in African Command, and obviously what we do in Europe. So I don't think this is anything particularly new with this group. As a matter of fact, I've reviewed a presentation which you might see later on today. It was, and it still applies when it was given 2 years ago. So that's the now. What I'd like to provide is a context of what was it like 30 years ago. And just to be in rough terms, 30 years ago, what I can remember as a midshipman in Naval Academy, we were facing global thermonuclear war. We were worried about the positioning of medium-range ballistic missiles with nuclear weapons on them from the Soviet Union coming into Europe 30 years ago. 20 years ago, we were fighting in the Balkans, as dealing with the disintegration of Yugoslavia. 10 years ago, roughly, we were engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan. So the constant part about a strategic environment is that there's a lot going on and there are new threats that are emerging, and and General Banson will talk about that in more detail. But if you look about it, if I were to compare 30 years ago to today, there's some incredible things going on in Europe. Look at the European Union. Look at what the prosperity and peace has enabled in Europe. Why is Serbia working real hard with Kosovo to resolve differences? Why is Ukraine very interested in joining the EU against some significant economic pressure, energy politics, shall we say, from the very close neighbor? It's because of the economic prosperity provided by security and peace. So if you look at our strategy in a broader context, over a span of 30, 50 years, that's what our strategy has actually enabled over time. You know, so I look at, in terms of our responsibilities here at European Command, obviously, is how do we continue to ensure that we maintain peace and prosperity here in Europe, and also enable it, and particularly challenging areas right now in Central Command and Africa, or in Africa and the Middle East. So the commander has identified 5 priorities that I'll summarize very quickly. The first priority is about war fighting. We're still war fighting command. We have to be able to fight. The second one is on preserving our strategic partnerships. NATO is a proven alliance. It's the most successful alliance. I don't need to go down into more detail. We have to continue to ensure that NATO remains viable post-2014, because currently we're wrapping up as an alliance together what we've been doing in Afghanistan for the last 10 years. So we'll go back and revisit. This is nothing new again. What is the purpose of NATO? This will be, what, the 3rd or 4th time that we've talked about this. What do we do with NATO post? We entered this in discussion at the end of the Cold War. And their priorities associated with some regional priorities. But ultimately, it's about how do we maintain the peace and prosperity in Europe, and how do we enable the United States to provide that peace and prosperity? I have 5 whole minutes remaining. Great. I'm going to beat that. And the challenge that we're facing right now in Europe is probably the same thing that you face. How do we maintain our access to Europe? And how do we ensure that the United States can continue to do things through Europe? So that's something that we're wrestling with right now, is access. I say that's something that we share right now with industry, is how do we ensure you have access to markets, you have access so that you can sell your products or ideas or whatever the case may be. So I'm going to conclude. This is some personal thoughts here. When I go back and we take a look at the last 30 years and where we are today, I think the strength of what we bring as the United States as an alliance is on some very simple things. We can't predict the future. There will always be challenges. What are we doing to build our either agility, our creativity, our adaptability to change to the things that we can't predict? And that's why we work real hard here at European Command. That's why we're talking about partnership, because we don't have all the solutions. We need to look at this as a team, stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Piercy. We'll go through all 4 panelists, and then we'll take the questions together at the end. I'd like to introduce the J2, General John Banson.
Thanks, Mike. Ambassador and the rest of this great crowd, it's a real honor to be here and talk for a few minutes. My thoughts are going to be remarkably similar to our J5, and that's a good thing. I'd say I'm an optimist overall as I look at pieces. You know, I look at these 2 glasses and I see them both as half full, and you say, okay, he either needs a set of glasses or where is he coming from? But I trust my partner here that he is not going to drink all of this water before I get back down and I'll have my half glass of water. So, taking an optimistic view as we look forward at what is EUCOM and how do we all work together. You're going to hear a lot of words today about interoperability, about partnerships, etc. And I'd like to just touch on some of those themes. The first is that EUCOM as a theater, as a combatant command, I suggest is a bit different than some of our others. Our AOR is far more, shares far more with partners, and it has far more partners than it does threats. We share a common interest in mutual security. We share a worldview that is has far more similarities than it does dissimilarities. And the threats that we face are by and large very common, if sometimes prioritized a bit differently. So EUCOM is undergoing some significant changes, and we know that we have to work very closely, not only internally here with our European partners, but with our other combatant commands, particularly those that kind of abut against our UCP boundaries, CENTCOM and AFRICOM. And we will continue to do that. Our mission success, though, is clearly a byproduct of those enduring partnerships that you heard Admiral Pearson talk about, and the strong relationship that we have sustained over many, many years. And clearly one of those major partnerships is NATO. The NATO alliance countries account for more than 800 million people. They generate a GDP that's close to half the world's economy. But nevertheless, we face significant challenges in a fiscally constrained environment. And the only way to preserve those high-end capabilities is through pooling and sharing of efforts and among groups of countries working together to support capabilities that we may not be able to afford individually. The bottom line is that interoperability is going to remain and be paramount. So clearly, although I am an optimist, I recognize that challenges remain. The breakdown of traditional nation-state boundaries and the threat that those pose to Europe and the United States is clearly one of them. The illegal movement of weapons, people, and narcotics is another. So sustaining capabilities and training in those resource-constrained environments that I talked about are going to be critical, as will sustaining interoperability after a decade plus of war. So that's the negative, if you will. But there are also some great opportunities. First of all, we've talked a little bit about this coalition of first choice. Whether at war, whether in contingencies, whether in any type of crisis, we have an alliance that we have come and can rely on and can turn to. We have the premier partnerships, and I really liked what Mr. Ryan talked about earlier. One of the reasons we come here is because we learn as well. So this interorganizational construct that the J9, I think, is a great idea of how to put this together, much more than just interagency. And I think interorganizational constructs are part of these premier partnerships. And the next piece is unique insights. Collaboration with partners yields some very unique insights. Centuries of experience, cultural understanding in depth, different frameworks of thought. This doesn't have to only be at the government level, I might add. Academia and industry can also play critical roles. So if that's the context, I'll close with just a few things that we may want to consider. U.S. and NATO have been involved in operations now for 10 plus years. Our interoperability is perhaps the best it has been, but nevertheless can probably continue to improve. So technologies that move the right information at the right time to the right place are going to remain critically important, because sharing is definitely something that we have as a cultural imperative. Creating and sustaining, now more specifically to kind of intelligence, but creating and sustaining a cadre of intelligence professionals is also invaluable. I am sure that all of us in this room have taken some form of training at one time or another, where you learned the capability, and then you never applied that capability again, or you didn't apply it again for 6 months or a year and a half. In those instances, that skill, that training that you received, atrophied very, very quickly. So how do we sustain the training that we do, whether through exercises, operations, etc.? And also, not everything is a material development. We can do things through investment in curriculum, and exercises, symposiums, events like this all can make a big impact. And so I will finally close with just saying this, and this may come as a surprise. We have to consider all sources of potential insight and knowledge. It's not only classified insight and knowledge that's important, but there is information and understanding that results from our partnerships with academia, the interorganizational construct that you heard, and all other types of unclassified sources that can be very relevant to supporting EUCOM missions and operations. So thanks for your patience, and we'll turn over, I think, to thank you.
Well, I know our next speaker is absolutely delighted that he is not General Holt. I think the reverse is also true. General Holt apologizes he's trapped in Las Vegas, where he was addressing a very large industry convention on the logistics disruptions. So in his stead, we have a very capable, and just as capable, I should say, is Deputy Colonel Darren Zimmer, who's a career logistician in the Army, and Holt tells General Holt, I said this, he knows more than General Holt does anyway.
Sir, thank you very much for the invite, and thank you to General Holt for giving me another opportunity to excel. A former J4 was once prone of asking the question, what is the one thing that a good logistician never wants to run out of? And if there's a non-uniform member in here that can come up with the name of that former J4, I think Mr. Ryan's going to buy him lunch today. But the answer is options. Options. And that's what we do in the J4 shop, is we develop and mature options, provide the commander the flexibility and the freedom of maneuver so that he can execute his intent and his mission. And we do that by setting conditions in the theater. Now, the particular portfolios that we have, and I'll illustrate those through the lens by which we do our business. And our first focus is working with our components. That's trying to build, preserve, and really sustain their capacity, their capability to conduct operations. Some of the portfolios in there are obviously operational readiness, military construction, infrastructure, training, and basic life support. And there's probably a lot of areas within those portfolios that overlap with what you do on a day-to-day basis. And there's probably areas of mutual concern and discussion that we can have here today throughout the rest of the day. The second lens we look through is building our partners' capacity for them to sustain their operations so they can do it in our absence. Or in other words, so we don't have to deploy forces over here to sustain our partners as they execute operations. And secondary to that is helping them build their capacity to interoperate with us. There's always a bit of a challenge if you're going to fly a helicopter into somebody else's area of operation and they're going to pump fuel into your aircraft. You're kind of curious if that, if the water parts per million kind of is the right number so that you don't fall out of the sky. Well, that's what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, is working with them to establish whatever those standards are and ensuring that we're all complying with those standards. Along those lines, some of the portfolios we're working through are international agreements with acquisition, cross-services agreements, implementing arrangements, NATO and PFP exercises, again, in order to build their ability to work with themselves, but also to work with other partners, including us. We spend a lot of time and effort in humanitarian assistance operations. And it's not only to go in after the fact and help countries clean up and get retained capability, but it's also to develop preventative measures to ensure that the disasters that we've seen in the past with respect to environment or other concerns are mitigated before they happen. And really the last lens that we're looking through on how we do our business is enabling other COCOMs. And as I think you probably all appreciate, Europe is the nexus for much of the rest of the world in many ways. And it's the same here with DoD in Europe, that we're sustaining the operations of CENTCOM, of AFRICOM, of STRATCOM, of TRANSCOM, of SOCOM, as they come through this area of operation and operate elsewhere. So the portfolios that we're looking at there are trying to retain and establish in-route infrastructure to sustain their movement and their distribution. So really, what are our key challenges? All of those, basically. And we'll use, and I use the term preserve capability, but really the more appropriate one would be the euphemistic to right-size our capability, because resources are limited, and we all appreciate that, and challenges continue to grow. So this is where we look forward to your discussion on how do we identify the constraints that we've imposed upon ourselves that are no longer appropriate. And Mr. Ryan alluded to this earlier, but in more detail, is the Berry Amendment still appropriate? Is the Brown Amendment still appropriate? Do we need to do that at a time when they were developed, it was appropriate and correct in sustaining the American economy? Now is it costing us more money to sustain those types of constraints than we're feeding back into our systems? And I don't know the answer to that, but I certainly hope to have some of those discussions. And perhaps we can plot a way ahead collectively in order to eliminate those and be more efficient and effective as leader. And thank you very much. I'll pass it over to General Crawford. Sir.
Our next speaker is the J6 General Bruce Crawford, who I'm proud to say is the leading practitioner of public-private partnerships here at the Hague.
Well, the first thing I want to do is I want to thank Mike for putting this on. I think everybody that's out there who's been doing this business for a while recognizes up front that there is absolutely nothing that we're going to be, that we can accomplish without our industry partners. One of the first things I learned as an officer is industry's core competence is developing technology. Industry's core competence lies in areas like research and development. And so one of the fundamental questions for me in my business, and one of the things that keeps me awake at night as I talk to people about some of the tremendous challenges that we've got as an institution, not just here in Europe, but as an institution, is, so how are we going to leverage this? How are we going to stop these long and antiquated requirements processes that we have that deliver technology right now at a pace of about 91 months? My South Carolina map tells me that that's about 7 years or so, right? From good idea to first unit equipment. So how are we going to leverage what industry brings? How are we going to sustain that particular relationship to help us evolve in the future? I think there's a slide they're going to put up. It's probably a lack to most of the folks who work for me in here that you're going to limit me to 5 minutes and one slide. And so we'll try to get that accomplished. So there are 4 things up there. And, Pat Piercy talked about the bosses, the SACD's priorities. The ambassador talked about some of those. So up in the right-hand corner, I've got the word sustained relevance. And so how do we evolve in terms of Europe and again, the institution, this idea that it's no longer IT for IT's sake. It's IT that allows, he talked about preserving partnerships. He talked a little bit about the post-ISAF environment. And so how do we leverage what I do, my core competency, cyber and IT, to help the COCOM commander, in this particular case, the COCOM commanders, because we kind of bring AFRICOM into this also, accomplish their priorities in this post-ISAF environment. What are we really going to do when there's no longer an Afghanistan to go to? And so I just offer that to you, and we'll talk about that, throughout the day. Improving our operating environment. So we got this thing called the Joint Information Environment. This is an exciting time to be here in Europe because nowhere else in the world are you downsizing, and at the same time you're downsizing, and it's a reality. We're going to get smaller. The department is going to get smaller. But nowhere else in the world are you able to downsize at the same time you are leading the DoD's effort for establishing and developing and delivering this joint information environment. And you're able to shape the future of DoD in the IT and cyber world for the next 20 to 25 years. I truly believe that. I've been at this for about 2 years now, shaping. So again, Europe is leading that effort. Pretty interesting when you think about it. Cyber. So I think over the last 10 years or so, we're about to cyber ourselves again. think it's time to take a step back. I mean, I've told people this, but we've got everything but cyber bedroom shoes and bathrobes now. And so what are we really doing with cyber? How are we going to demystify this concept of cyber so that those in the affected population, you, our families, because this isn't just a thing that happens in uniform, it affects your personal lives. I mean, where do you have all of your really important information? Probably on your mobile phone. And so how are we going to demystify this concept of cyber so that it goes beyond just being something that affects the department? And we get the focus where it really needs to be, and that's on the user. Our greatest vulnerability when you talk about operationalizing cyber is complacency. So how do we move beyond that? How do we educate the affected population, make them more aware of what cyber really means, and so that we can move beyond those vulnerabilities that are now taken on by the user. Move beyond that complacency. And then finally, and these, oh by the way, these happen to be the focus areas that I've outlined for the J6. So this idea of the human dimension. Our people have been under a tremendous amount of pressure. Our civilian workforce, there are 5 or 6 stressors on that workforce over the last, I'd say, probably a year, but it's really been 7 or 8 or 9 years. Our families. It's not about human capital. I think it's a little bit higher than human capital, because I know that's been tossed around a little bit. These are people. So how does the institution organize to take better care of our people, to educate our people, to train our people, to prepare them for the challenges of the future? Ultimately, when I take a look at the 4 areas that I've outlined there for my organization, what this comes down to, again, it's to this relationship with industry. People talk about buying. I'm not after buying with this, because buy-in means I like what you're doing. Again, that's in my world. That's kind of the way I process this. What I'm after is ownership. Okay? I'm after collective ownership. And the difference between the two is ownership is not just I like what you're doing. Ownership means I'm willing to help you. And so I'm looking forward to the discussions throughout the day that bring together this particular team and to move, to advance this cause beyond just an idea of buying in and working together to something that it's not revolutionary, but it's a little bit evolutionary. And that's just this idea of us owning these problems and working together to overcome. So look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. As our military deputy to General Breedlove, Admiral Charlie Martoglia likes to say, he says it often, this is the best staff, the best senior staff that he has seen in his 40 years in uniform. And it's a great example of 4 of the key leaders of that staff in front of you. This is a great opportunity for the next 15, 20 minutes to ask questions. The cards that I mentioned are being passed out. If you leave some information or a question on a card, the bowl on the fireplace in the back of the room is where to put that. We have walk-around microphones, so for those who'd like to take questions, I will take a group of questions all at once, give the panel an opportunity to respond to those questions as a group, and then if we have time, we'll go through that process once again. Who would like to ask the first question? Sir. And then Admiral Rondo.
Johnny Frank from General Dynamics, lead the Defense Intelligence Center. Question for the 2.
1 second.
Speak to the group so they can hear everything.
1 second, please. It's like Sergeant Coleman's bringing them.
Thanks, Sergeant Holmes. Sure, thank you. A question for the 2. As we take a look at the strategic shift with diluted ISR capabilities, broader geographic areas in which all the commands are having to take their focus from the narrow, more narrow focus of Afghanistan and Iraq, that we've had high fidelity situational awareness and essentially unlimited budgets to buy our way and to gain that insight. And we're transitioning to a more astute type of situational awareness. What are your key focus points to allow the commanders in the field to enjoy that same level of understanding that they've had in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Thank you for the great example. Stood up, identified himself, where he's coming from, and was very brief and direct on the question. So who would like to go next? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Rolando, please.
I want to, first of all, say what a great time it is to be a leader, so it's great to have you all there, and well done. You had talked, General, about being the synchronizer for essentially IT across the COCOMs, is how I understood that. And so I'm curious about how you see that role as synchronizer with the DISA growth and change and transformation in the JIE, and what that means to you, not only as a regional COCOM, but also essentially as a functional leader in the issue of the synchronization of the JIE.
Right. And Rondo from IBM. Any comments? No? It's like an auction. It's going to be quiet for a bit, and then everybody's going to want to bid at the same time. So I have a load of questions, so why don't we take those two first?
Okay. It's on. Can you hear me all right? Okay. But I would, it's a great question on ISR. What I would offer is that from a EUCOM perspective, this is something that we've learned to understand for a long, long time. We are, in essence, an economy of force when it comes to ISR anyway. And so from that perspective, it may be other COCOMs that come to us for some lessons learned, if you will. But what I would suggest is there's a couple of aspects to this. Clearly, the first one is aspects that we have done. We recognize that it's not just an ISR asset that is where you get your information. You can get information from any number of sources, and that's kind of what I referenced before, is that we have to take a much more ecumenical view in terms of where we get information and how we partner not only within the U.S., but with our foreign partners, and then also this kind of inter-organizational construct. I think it's a mistake to think that just because something is classified, that is the best source of information. There are often very good other sources of information. The second piece to that, however, is being able to understand the value of that information, but also its validity and understanding where that information came from so that we can then make better judgments on it. The second piece, of course, is when we do have ISR, when we do have information, it's not just ISR. Again, it's a variety of information that's out there. We have to make sense of a lot of data. And so being able to handle large amounts of data and make sense of that is really the challenge that I think we will all continue to have.
So I will assume everybody can hear me. Maybe not. Can you hear me? Okay, good. First of all, ma'am, thank you for the question. I couldn't have paid you to ask a more timely question.
I'm happy to serve.
So two things. One has to do with trust. One has to do with trust, and the other has to do with a changing environment. And so you obviously, and most of you have been watching this IT business for many years, and you've seen lots of great ideas die on the operating table, almost literally, because we couldn't get out of each other's way. The service cultures came into play. There are all kinds of other factors. And so what makes this different? What makes this different is there are forcing functions now. So we're no longer going to be allowed to do our own things in any of the services. And so when it comes to what General Hawkins is trying to do with DISA, there's no daylight between me as a customer and as an integrator and a synchronizer, and fundamentally what he's trying to do. With this joint information environment, for those who are not really tracking it, so the services weren't standing around for the last 4 or 5 years waiting on us to think of JIE. What they had is they had their own individual consolidation efforts ongoing in computing, in data storage, and in transport. And that was kind of going on, and here, kind of at the foundation. And then along came this great idea, kind of born here in Europe, through the great work of a couple of my predecessors, Greg Brundage and Bob Farrell here, looking at our infrastructure and just looking at the proximity and saying, we can do some good. There's some great opportunities to lead. And so that was kind of going on up here. Where the rub's going to be is what I call the trade space, the on-ramp space, with this JIE idea. And with the integration of DISA. So DISA is leading the Enterprise Operations Center, this kind of knock in the sky, Network Operations Center in the sky, and we are supportive of that. I am 110% behind that. But where the rub's going to be is with those service programs where they have an inordinate amount into those programs, where's the trade space here? Where's that compromise space going to be that says, we're going to allow the services to continue what they're doing, but maybe it's going to have a purple flame. Maybe there are pieces of what the Air Force is doing with its program, or what the Navy is doing with its initiative that allows us to get away from things we're doing now, which is we've got data centers that are storing data that are sitting right next to each other, all running at about 20% capacity, all have people, all have money. Is that the way to run a railroad? Is that the right way to do business in the future? And so what I think you're seeing with JIE, ma'am, and for everybody, is you're seeing recognition. Again, the forcing function is, kind of as the great Winston Churchill said, okay, boys and girls, we're out of money. It's time to think. You're seeing all of that come together now, where we're looking holistically at what we're doing and saying, is this the right thing to be doing? And the answer to that is no. So that's a long answer to your question, man, but I think it comes down to trust, and then it comes down to the realization that the environment has changed. Things have changed. They're not the way they were even 24 months ago. And as we look down the future, we're going to have to work in order to deliver this joint information environment, this vision of the Secretary.
Thank you, General Felton. In the back.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Dennis Cantwell. I run a small consulting company called Sandwich Strategies, and I deal a lot with small industry, small businesses. So my question really is for the group, how does EUCOM reach down and touch small business, embrace new innovative ideas? Not that the big guys don't have innovative ideas, but we're trying to help you break the 91-month life cycle. So do you have an outreach program to reach in and pull up the small businesses and the innovative ideas?
Let me piggyback on this question because I think that's part of my responsibility to answer that. But using Secretary Rumsfeld's famous quote of, we don't know what we don't know, General Bansimer was reflecting, how do we develop the questions and be open to the answers that come from non-classified sources? What would the four of you advise are the best entry points for small business, but for everyone else as well, to provide you the questions you might not know to ask or the answers that you don't even know you need? So in the way that your particular organizations work, what's the best way to get that information into your system? Just go down all four of us. And then I'll answer your question.
I think the first thing you've got to do is, in forums like this, there's got to be a back and forth. We've got to figure out, step one has got to be, we've got to remove the commodity area and have an open discussion about some of your concerns about your relationship with us. We started this discussion down at an exercise called Combined Endeavors a few weeks ago in a smaller group. What are some of the challenges that you're seeing that have to do with your relationship with us, that would give you more access? There's a pretty good book called The Starfish and the Spider, where a guy named Ori Brockman talks about creating opportunities to get information from the edge. I consider you to be at the edge, and so how do we improve that relationship in forums like this, where we're not just talking about the commodity area, but we're talking about, opening that line of communications that allows me to know what it is you need from me, and we can lay out what we need from you, if that makes any sense.
Thank you very much for the question. I think it identifies a bit of a challenge that we have on this staff with actually reaching out and finding new and innovative ideas. Part of the issue is that our authorities don't necessarily extend to expending those funds and the time and effort that we might be able to provide to us. We provide direction and guidance to our components, and they execute it. It's their funding, it's their actions and operations. We bring them together to provide a consolidated joint effort. But that's not a good answer. And the problem is, I'm afraid we probably don't have a really good answer for your question and need to do more. One of the things we're attempting to do in the J4 shop is expand a series of professional development sessions where we go out in local industry and try to link up with their logistics staffs so that we can exchange ideas. We've done this successfully on 2 occasions with Rittersport. We just finished one with Mercedes. We're doing one with Porsche and their consulting agencies. We're happy to do that with all of you as we can. And I'd be open to the idea of opportunities to come out and meet with you and bring our logistic professionals to engage and figure out how we can do this better and then perhaps leverage the opportunities that we present this command.
So just two other aspects to this. In a similar way to what you heard the J4 say, from a J2 perspective, predominantly our resources come from DIA. And that really applies to all of the COCOMs. So that, to me, is for those small business types of opportunities, getting to DIA and explaining those gives you a much greater reach to all COCOMs, number one, but is also going to be the best kind of entry point from if it was a very narrowly defined Intel-specific piece. But the second aspect of this is just this the learning piece of this. And clearly, forums like today, and I would suggest, I'm not trying to give work to Mr. Ryan, but I am a little bit, and I think, we work very closely together. And as those types of capabilities come forth, that is another great avenue to work on.
I'll just be the dark cloud here then. There's certainly challenges here, just simply because of our ethical relationships and structurally what's put in place. And there's more practically in this year, and I'm sure it will last 10 years plus here of declining resources, capacity and bandwidth. I mean, I can speak on behalf of the 5, so we're very heavily engaged in terms of executing our core competencies. And so the question is, the good ideas are great, and having a means of getting those into the big system, and it's a big system, is crucial. Whether or not is EUCOM, certainly in the 5 is a challenge. I mean, the 9 exists to enable that, but I would say that's something, what is identifying what the right core is probably the first question. And then how does that actually get through our system to those that need to actually use it? But there are a lot of great ideas out there. If you think of all just from an ideas side, if you look at the various think tanks out there, there are a lot of great ideas out there. It's just deciding, do I have time to look at the great ideas? Do I have the time to make a decision on a great idea? Do I have the resources to implement a great idea?
Thank you all for that. Before the tyranny of time drops the curtain, we're going to have to move on to our networking break, but just a very quick answer on that. We have an annual technology expo here at the headquarters. We're having Industry Collaboration Day. We'll have an APAN site available to continue this discussion in an advisory capacity to bring those ideas forward that everyone here can review and all of us can review openly. As we said, the components, and therefore the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, take direction from us, and they developed a lot of these things contractually with all of you. The APAN site that I mentioned, there's a demo booth in the hallway, so you can have a look at that. Obviously, we have a relationship with NATO, and so ideas that go through the NATO Industrial Advisory Group and other avenues, the American Defense Industrial Forum, and Robert Draper chairs are ways to get that into the system. And of course, at country level, going to the Foreign Commercial Service, who can advocate on your behalf, They work as a part of the country team with the Office of Defense Cooperation, and the Defense Attaché Office is another way to work together. And they work for us, and so they send those ideas back up to us. So there's lots of ways to get into the system. Before I have to call it quit, I want to introduce to you, for the networking break, some of our EUCOM teammates who are in the room in addition to the panel who will be here during the break. General Mark Globin, who's our J7. Mark, please stand up. He does assessments, exercises, and training, and a few other things he doesn't know about yet. In the back, we have key members of our strategy team. G and Opie, would you stand up? That's G, that's Opie. So you can see them in the break, they do strategy. Beside them is Colonel Mike Vasilati, who is our European Division Chief in the J5. He does a lot of great things across Europe. And is your counterpart here, Mike? Okay, and so the Balkans Eurasia branch chief is out in the hallway as well. Let's see, who did I forget? John Fay is here. John, please stand up. He does our knowledge management. Steve Yule is in the back. He's working on mission partner environment. So without that, I really do apologize. We need to drop the curtain for about a 20-minute networking break. Coffee's in the back, and now you know all each other, so thank you. A few quick administrative announcements. We've added seats along the windows there for those of you who didn't get a chance to sit during the previous session. We ask that you pay for lunch in advance if you intend to eat. And by all means, you don't want to leave this building to try to find something to eat on this post because that won't work. So if you intend to eat lunch, please pay in advance. You can pay in dollars or euros, $15, 12 euros. You will get a little blue ticket, which they'll collect as you enter the buffet line. You can pay just before lunch, but of course that'll delay you getting lunch. So in the next break, please try to pay for your lunch. That's out in the hallway next to the APAN booth. At the APAN booth, you'll see the collaborative environment that we're intending to set up. The gentleman out there can help you get registered and show you how to get established in that. So take advantage of that today. And then again, for those of you who have questions or points you'd like to make, be included in the compendium. The bowl for those questions, and you can just put it on a scrap of paper or napkin if you want, is on the mantle in the back room. So that'll be there all day for you to put those things in. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to one of our industry facilitators, my good friend and colleague Robert Draper, who is the chair of the American Defense Industrial Forum in Brussels, and he had a very extensive career with Boeing, leading Boeing's efforts in Europe before he retired and decided to play golf and set up wonderful lunches and meet great people. So without further ado, Robert Draper.
Thank you, Mike. And really, on behalf of all of us here from industry, thank you so much for arranging this event. We're sorry not to see the ODCs. Can't have everything, but really a very welcome initiative. I have the privilege to introduce General Chuck Wald from Deloitte, Bob Stevens from Symantec, and Assistant Secretary Doug Smith from DHS. I'll do that in a little more detail in just a moment. First, I've been allowed 5 minutes to say a few introductory words about the transatlantic armaments market from a defense point of view, from an industrial point of view, I should say. First, the American Defense Industry Forum has been mentioned by Mike. This is my handle of the day, if you will. I chair that association. It is basically the representatives of U.S. defense industry who are based in Brussels and defense-related government employees at the embassies and at NATO. And we meet on an informal basis approximately monthly when we have a speaker or something interesting to discuss. Everything's off the record. There's no website. There's no news. You won't find us anywhere. And the press is not involved. It's a very stealthy organization, and we like to keep it that way. But if any of you from industry or from the government are in Brussels and would like to know if there's an event coming up while you're around, please let me know. A word on where the defense industry is going. I believe that we're at a point of upheaval at the moment, and that we'll look back on this period of time, 2013, 14, perhaps 15, as a sea change. Why is that? Well, if you go back a generation, we had our last big shakeup. It was due to the end of the Cold War. We had Defense Secretary Perry summoning the CEOs to what he called, or what was subsequently called, the Last Supper. And he said, next time I have one of these meetings, I expect half of you to be gone. That was his message. That led to a dramatic restructuring, downsizing, merging of the U.S. defense industrial scene. At the same time, a similar thing was happening in Europe. In 1990, there was not one transnational defense company in Europe. Now we've got EADS, we've got Finmeccanica, we've got Thales, we've got all these companies that are pan-European. And when that happened in the early 90s, then programs were spawned, NH-90s and NATO Axes and A400Ms and Asters and all these sorts of things, frigates. And all of those programs have taken around 20 years to work their way through the system into series production and to be digested. They're now coming off the end of that cycle. So Europe too went through its industrial upheaval. And now what do we have? We have the conjuncture of an economic crisis and the winding down of the post-9/11 deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. How we address this challenge may very well affect the future effectiveness and potentially the survival of the alliance. And the reason I say that is that the defense industry is going, under its present structure, to be totally unable to cope with this kind of downturn, which is inevitably coming, not only in Europe but in the US. We've got to restructure. Things have got to change. The survival of a robust defense industry across the alliance is essential to the survival of the alliance. Why? Because if the Europeans are not involved, if they don't have a defense industrial base, there's not going to be the political and the social will for the support of NATO. This is an industrial base that has to be equitably dispersed across the alliance, perhaps equitably based upon defense expenditure or some other metric. It's got to exist, and it's got to be alliance-wide. And I submit that what's going to come out of this is a realization that probably we need to create an alliance defense industrial base. We can't afford duplication anymore, and that we need to begin to put in place the enablers to allow that to happen. The U.S. has started with ITAR reform. Thank heaven. When ITAR reform is done, and it's in the process of getting done and should be complete by July of next year, three major things are going to happen. One is that, yes, U.S. companies will be able to export components and pieces for other people's systems and so on without licenses, or with a Commerce Department 600 series license, which is much less onerous. And there'll be no more cases of, well, if we put a printed circuit card in a Rafale fighter, then Dassault's got to get State Department approval to sell it to whoever. That would be over. Certain things, of course, will still be controlled in the old way, but they will be the things that need to be controlled. They won't be radiator hoses and rivets, as is the case today. The second thing that will happen is that alliance nations will be able to pool. In a ridiculous situation where the Norwegians and the Dutch were in Italy deployed for the Libya operation, they couldn't share F-16 spectrum. That'll be over. And the third thing that will happen that Europeans need to understand is that because many, many things will now be decontrolled from an ITAR point of view, it will be possible for a U.S. prime to send a spec and an RFP to a European company the same day they do to a U.S. company. So European companies will have a much better shot now at becoming suppliers in the U.S. market. So it works both ways. And Europeans haven't necessarily got that yet, but they're beginning to understand that they need to step up their marketing efforts in the U.S. because now we don't have to wait 90 days or whatever it takes for an export license just to send them the RFP. So, good news and bad news, that's one of the things that needs to happen. We need to talk about a common view on third country exports. But what is going to be needed is a plan. I don't see a plan yet. I don't see the realization that there are building blocks that we're going to need to do in order to move in the direction of a transatlantic defense industrial base. But I submit that ought to be where we're headed. That's just food for thought. I put a think piece in your packet. I didn't want to bore you with all the slides. We don't have time anyway. But if you have any questions on the subject, these are ideas, and they're open for debate. I would really appreciate feedback. Okay, moving on to our panel. We're going to start with General Chuck Wall, who is Director and Senior Advisor to the Aerospace and Defense Industry for Deloitte. He is subject matter specialist in weapons procurement and deployment, counterterrorism, and many other related subjects. General Wall, you may have met him in a previous life when he was the Deputy Commander of EUCOM. He's a fighter pilot and has been involved in campaigns from Vietnam to Bosnia and from the organizational point of view in Afghanistan. Chuck, I'm going to ask you to speak not more than 10 minutes. 7 or 8 would be great.
Okay, Tim. So anyway, Ambassador, good to see you. Thank you for being here and letting me come back. We used to have meetings in this room often. Matter of fact, the ones I remember the most were when we had our 30 or 40 ambassadors here at one time because of the importance of that relationship. But it's good to be back home. I've been here a few times, but not to speak. And I think we had a slide maybe we could put up. But first of all, Mike, good job. Really good idea to have this meeting. Secretary, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And all of you out there that do good things for our country. I'm not going to talk specifically about the chart that you see there, but it's kind of a good point of departure. I was talking to the two a minute ago about what kind of is occurring in the world, if you will. Robert talked about the reality of the industrial base. You know, that when they had the Last Supper, they went down to from about 55 major OEMs or original equipment manufacturers to about 5. That's when Lockheed, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing actually came to the forefront. Then there were Tier 2 and 3s, which we still have today, and the difference between the Last Supper and today, I believe, is maybe the Last Breakfast, but is going to be the fact that the Tier 2 and 3 will probably consolidate quite a bit because of the competition. There's just so much room out there. And there's this old saying about sharks and minnows. I mean, there will be a consolidation, and that's for somebody else to decide. And I think the people in this room don't necessarily have to worry about that today. I think what we should kind of focus on is what is the environment we live in today that actually we should focus on. General Crawford mentioned in the small business answer the fact that you have to make yourself valuable. This is not I'm a small business, so I have a right to work here. This is, do you have a value? And it's Machiavellian, frankly. General Crawford mentioned cyber, and I'll tell you what, I think his description of that is right on. Cyber has become a prefix for every word that's ever been uttered in the human language, and most people don't know what it is. There's a real thing there. It's a big thing. And it's evolving. It's not because people are bad or they just don't take time to think. It's pretty difficult to figure it out. And when industry starts seeing where they can, help the government, the military in this case, do their job better, your value will go up. The world, again, has changed. We've been through this. When I was here, we were talking about this earlier, back in, I guess we arrived in 2003. Jim Jones was the SAC here. We had, at that time, 4 other components. 3 were 4 stars, and then we had a special ops component, that was the Lone Star at the time. And we had a meeting to talk about where we were. Joe Ralston had been in SAC here, and Jim had showed up and wanted to kind of figure out what our plans were for EUCOM. What was our job besides he was the NATO commander as well. And there hadn't been a plan review since 1989 when Berlin Wall fell. And it's not because people were lazy here. It's because people didn't know what the heck we were doing. I mean, we took this collective sigh of relief after the Cold War and tried to define what the new world was. We knew that intuitively there was a good thing about being in NATO and the coalition was there. And we still believe that. But it's, other than just intuition sometimes, a little difficult to define. And since that time, the world has evolved to become more crystalline. Now, again, our period was, we're the benefactors in a pretty ironic, diabolical way of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, because nobody bothered us. You heard Rumsfeld was there. He didn't care about Europe. He cared about, frankly, what he probably should have cared about. We're in combat with large troop formations in 2 places in the world, and Europe was the transit point. That was important to them then, and somewhat an enabler from ISR and EUCOM standpoint. But we had time to think about what the world has evolved to, and it's evolved in front of our face. And the world, because of a bunch of things, social media for one, that we're interconnected for one, but the things that have happened in North Africa, and Africa was in our area of responsibility at that time, so much has been, I wouldn't say lost, but the focus has been a little different because of the changeover. Where Africa stood up, Kip Ward at that time had a big challenge trying to do that, and Europe was still formulating, and we were in the support mode. But since then, the Westphalian model has changed significantly. We had Alvin Toffler here while I was here, and the discussion was, what's the future going to look like? And part of it is that the future is going to be less controlled by large organizations or large corporations, let's say, a little bit of that, but significantly less by nation states. And we talked about today, NATO or the EU or others. Those entities are still evolving and are important, but individual, Bill Gates, for example. Bill Gates has the GDP of many of the nations we work with, plus. So does Warren Buffett. So do a lot of NGOs. They have a lot of influence. By the way, most importantly, so do individuals. Our biggest threat today in the United States and the West are basically suicidal people that have no laws that are willing to do anything it takes to hurt people or kill people or change the dynamic. That demands ISR. ISR, when I was growing up in the military, was an enabler. We used to have the intel guy come into our briefings and give us 5 minutes what was happening on threat, and then we'd shoo him off like it was, kind of the unwashed. And the fact of the matter is, it was important then, but it is the mission today. So when the industry starts thinking about how you can help the Department of Defense or EUCOM or any other combatant command or service primarily, ISR is going to be the game for us for a while. We have the asymmetry in the United States. Our asymmetry is intelligence. That is our biggest asymmetry. That's enabled by technology and IT. And cyber is a part of that, by the way. That's not just a separate thing that wireheads think about. That's what we live with. I mean, and our enabler is both intelligence and IT. And we still have a technological advantage. So when you look at the world we face today, or people like yourselves, General, or any other people here at EUCOM, the challenge is not that the world has become simpler because we don't have a Russian threat, let's say, or a Warsaw Pact, or even China for that matter. From an existential threat standpoint, there are things that are nuclear that will never totally change that we have to pay attention to. But the evolving threat is more sophisticated. And in fact, when, and I can say this now because I'm a civilian, but when the administration said we're going to pivot to the Pacific, they really regretted that word pivot. I mean, they've been kind of walking backwards on that thing ever since, because what they really are saying, I believe, is they're adding Pacific to the reality. In the world now, is there isn't any particular place that's, say, more prevalent than the other. The world is a threat. Matter of fact, the homeland has a threat. We'll hear about that in a minute, I'm sure. So the problem is we've got a broader area of responsibility to take care of from an intelligence standpoint. We have to be able to get to a lot of places that we haven't traditionally been to before. That demands mobility, that demands flexibility, that demands access, it demands relationships. And you have people out there that know that our weakness is the fact that we actually do follow. You know, when we look at a map over there, and there are lines on the map, we all love that. Those lines, I've been to Africa, I haven't seen any of those lines out there. I've driven around Africa. It's funny, they don't have those lines out there. People don't care what they are. Cyber doesn't care about lines, for example. So we have to think in different terms, and we have to look at how we enable our colleagues, if you will, in different ways. And we have to be interoperable. And the reason I put the JSF up there, the Joint Strike Fighter, is that's all the services, minus the Army. And probably going to be upwards 13, 14 different nations, including Israel, Japan, Singapore, and then all the traditional ones. 3 minutes, beautiful. I was hoping I had some more time. And then you look at the UAV or whatever you're going to use out there. It doesn't have to be a Predator Reaper, it could be anything. And the amount of intelligence gathering we're doing, and how much we depend on that, and how much we depend on IP to move the data, how limited it is from the standpoint of bandwidth. How do we enable folks like yourselves to do the mission we talked about before? There's the political side, which is nation building. There's also diplomacy, there's partnershiping. They're all hugely important. And the fact is, Libya or any other place in Africa, for example, but the rest of the world, we're not going to be able to do this without partners. So I get that part. That's a full-time, forever job. The real question is, how do we as industry partners now actually help the military using good intellectual capital to figure out how to solve their problems? It's our job to help with that, not wait for the industry, or the military in this case, to come to us and say, you know, I've got this issue. We need to help figure that out. And I've been hearing about this defense industrial base military relationship since I started the military. We talk about it all the time. And I think it's, most people would vote yes, we want to do that. The problem is we haven't really gotten there. And there's a lack of trust, and there's a lack of sometimes respect on both sides, including how we treat the military and how sometimes the military looks at us. So I think this type of activity, Mike, I've always been a huge believer in doing things a little different. You know, this is the kind of thing that we need to pay attention to in the world we live in today, and I would commend you and your EUCOM colleagues for doing that. So I'm not going to give you a minute back. I appreciate it. We'll take some questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'd like to introduce next Bob Stevens, who is VP Federal Sales at Symantec, which, as you know, is a software company specializing in security software. Prior to that, he was VP Federal at Juniper Networks. His government experience includes when he was a younger man and probably had hair and so on, as White House Communications, with the White House Communications Agency. He has 25 years in the IT industry, and he's going to talk to us a bit about doing business with the government.
Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. As you mentioned, I'm with Symantec, so I'm going to talk about the 200 products that we have to offer. It's actually 300. I'm probably not going to talk much about Symantec at all. Well, I'm not going to talk about Symantec at all. I'm going to talk about partnering and how to build partnerships between public and private. I think we have to start with the fundamentals, right? It seems as though trust is going to be a common theme today. So I think the first thing is building the trust. How do we go about building the trust? One is that we have to be 100% in our say-do. What I mean by that is we do what we say 100% of the time. I can tell you that, and we give open and honest feedback 100% of the time. We can tell you that when our CEO first met General Alexander, the general said to him that Symantec is a company of promises. That was very difficult for us to hear, obviously. We don't want to be the company of promises. We want to do what we say, right? But if we didn't get that feedback, we wouldn't have been able to change, right? That was a little over a year ago. So as a result, our partnership with the government has increased 100-fold. Because now they believe in us and they have more confidence in us. And so again, you got to start with the fundamentals, right? Build the trust. The second thing I think you need to do is you got to build a framework or a strategy around the partnership, right? Which does a few things, right? It sets expectations for everyone. It establishes goals for everyone. It establishes a common language for us to all speak. And it also establishes rules of engagement. I think without the strategy or the framework, it's one of these, hey, just go forward and collaborate, and nothing ever actually really happens, right? As an example of the scenario that I was in, when I was at Juniper, right, we had one common goal every single day, and that was to kick the crap out of Cisco. Right? Sorry if there's any Cisco people in here. But that was our goal, kick the crap out of Cisco. As a result, we were able to create a multi-billion-dollar company. So I've seen the framework work, and of course it happens in the military every single day, right? The military has a common mission and a common goal, and that's what they set about. But you've got to do it for the partnerships as well. If we don't establish it for the partnerships, again, it's just a, why are we here? The other thing we have to do is we have to be able to work together to remove the barriers, and not just point fingers at one another and say, hey, it's your responsibility. What are some of those barriers? One is the legal aspect. I can tell you that, as an example, DHS came to us about 18 months ago and said, we'd like to give you this secret malware. It took us about 8 months between lawyers to work out the ability for the government to be able to give us that malware. Once we got the malware, we were like, yeah, we've known about this for a long, long time, right? Here's the report. Any other questions? Right? So we wasted so much time and energy in getting to where we were, but if we've been able to do it up front, within minutes, like we do between, in industry, right? So even our competitors are sharing with us on a regular basis. We would have been able to have not wasted a whole bunch of time. The other thing I think that the government believes is when they engage industry, industry wants to just get paid, right? That's not always the case, right? From collaboration comes innovation. And when a company can innovate, we can produce products or services that are right for the government. And when we do that, then we get paid, right? But it all starts with the collaboration. Another thing is who we partner with. I think the government's obviously out talking to a lot of different companies all the time, right? And they know who's sort of on the same track or has the same ideas. They've got to be more willing to say to us, hey, Symantec, go partner with Verizon or Lockheed or General Dynamics or any other company because you guys are working on the same things. We don't always know that, right? So that'll help speed the ideas. The other thing, we mentioned the DIB, right? One of the reasons I think that the DIB doesn't work today is because you're bringing a whole bunch of competitors into the same room with one another. And as a result of that, they're reluctant to share. So the barrier is, how do we get them to share and feel like it's a safe environment? It might boil down to trust again, right? But it's something that has to be overcome. I don't really have the answer for that. But I can tell you that industry on a regular basis shares information with our competitors, right? We're sharing information every day with McAfee or with Kaspersky and vice versa. So it can be done. We just have to figure out how to do it. And it probably all goes back to the strategy and the framework that we talked about. The other thing is executive relationships. I can tell you that the CEO of Symantec has a relationship with General Hawkins and General Alexander, right? But he doesn't have a relationship with anybody over here. Well, I talked for 5 minutes already? That's, wow, thanks. So, I'm a sales guy of few words, so I'm So how do we establish the executive relationships that we've done in the U.S.? I think it's fundamental in establishing the partnerships, right? A lot of the companies, the IT companies, are based in California, so that's worlds apart, right? But the relationships have to be established in order for the partnerships to work. And you have to be committed to those relationships. I mean, that's what I do on a regular basis, right, in sales. But so another thing that works is the back channel, right? So how can we leverage the back channel today? And what I mean by that is that, Fred at DHS knows Rob at Symantec, and when there's an issue, he calls Rob up and says, hey, I got this problem, can you help me, right? There's nothing formal there, and it's also very, very reactive, but we can learn from that. I think. So it's something we have to consider when we're talking about the framework and the structure that we're putting in place. So the last thing that I'll say is and the question I would have for everybody here, right, is what are we going to do differently going forward, right? Because it's really nice to get together and talk about collaboration and partnership, but again, we can't leave here and do nothing, right? And so the question is, what are we going to do differently? So thanks for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. Our third speaker is Doug Smith, and Doug is Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security for the private sector. And in this role, this is an astonishing figure, Assistant Secretary Smith advises the Secretary on the impact of the Department's policies, regulations, and processes on 29 million private sector companies, universities, and not-for-profit institutions. I queried that number, he said it was right, and he talks to them almost every day. He served as the DHS representative on the President's Travel and Tourism Advisory Board, the President's Export Council, the White House Business Council, and the World Economic Forum Risk Officers Community. And during the Clinton administration, Assistant Secretary Smith served in a variety of positions, including as Deputy Press Secretary and Director of Special Projects. So a wealth of experience, and we look forward to hearing Doug Smith's remarks.
Thank you. By my calculation, I get your 1 minute, about 3.5 from you, and I'll take another 5. I kind of feel like sort of homecoming. During the Clinton administration, I spent a lot of time in Europe. I was on General Clark's staff during our time in Bosnia and Kosovo, and I kind of feel like I should have about a 40-point PowerPoint slide deck that I need to come in here with. That the general used to just beat the you-know-what out of us on. But what I want to talk about today is sort of 3 things. One is sort of who DHS is and where we're going. And to do that, I want to stress that DHS, our biggest asset is our people. And while I can't travel with the entourage of General Crawford and others do here, I do have the privilege in the audience here, I can stand up, to have some of my wonderful DHS colleagues who are assigned here in Europe permanently. We have Customs and Border Protection represented. We have Homeland Security Investigations. You guys can stand up. There's Tom in the back. And we have our rep in here from Baku. Who would have known that we'd have someone there? But that is really the difference maker at DHS. It's about the people. At DOD, a lot of times it's about the stuff. You got tanks and aircraft carriers and joint strike task fighters and all the kinds of things that we don't have. So our secret sauce is the people. And it's the people that are required to create these partnerships. And to highlight that, I just want to talk about a couple significant things, and then I'll dig back into them a little bit, as to where these partnerships are so critical to our success. So a year ago, we announced a new global supply chain strategy. 4 years ago, I was down with my family at Christmas time and gone down there for vacation, and I woke up to my classified pager going off, my BlackBerry going off, everything ringing. What is going on? I just assumed it was an IT glitch, and there was something wrong. It was probably your colleagues at Juniper Strategies harassing me. To find out, well, no, Abdul Matab tried to blow up a plane. I'm going to come back to that. PNR, passenger name record. Spent 2 years commuting back and forth. And Air Force, thank you for your wonderful service, getting me back and forth to Brussels on a regular basis. Hurricane Sandy, BP oil spill, Fukushima, H1N1. And I could go on and on and on about the challenges that we have faced at the department over the last 4 years, where partnership with private industry was the difference maker. H1N1 is where I'm going to start, because it was an amazing example of where private industry helped us in real time analyze how this virus was transforming across the globe. We went to this tiny little company in California that I suspect none of you have heard of. Something called Google. Anyone heard of that little company? So Google had done an amazing job of mapping how H1N1 was spreading. And when the CDC afterwards went back and looked at where was the single greatest ability for us to see how this virus was going across the world, it was what Google had created. And what their real-time tracking showed, and what we later analyzed in the after action, was incredible accuracy in how this was happening. To the level of a degree that for those of you in the Intel world, realize at times open source is a tremendous asset that we need to harness. And what Google was able to do to us, our scientists, all of our people working in the dark skiffs 3 stories below ground were not able to do, was to take real-time data and put it in a way that we could operationalize it. And as a result, help keep the U.S. and the homeland particularly safer, but share with our allies across the world how the spread of this virus was going. The BP oil spill. With the BP oil spill, I had no idea when I went to DHS that I'd be worried about oil spills, I'd be worried about volcanoes, and incidents like that. Well, it was a tremendous wake-up call to us. And it was a real challenge, because there were a lot of conflicting interests there. There were sort of the political interests within the Obama administration, others that were looking for a culprit. Who could we blame? And then there were those of us internally who had to figure out how to solve this thing. And the Coast Guard, as many of you know, train for this on a constant basis. Every 2 years, we do an exercise on a spill of national significance. And in fact, 2 weeks before this happened, we had all gone through it. It was recreating what would have happened if a container in Portland Harbor, Portland, Maine, had split open, blocking the shipping routes into the LNG terminals in Portland. And when BP happened, we were faced with sort of 2 things. One, the political reality of dealing with the challenges of political figures, governors in southern states who were desperately trying to get on top of this. 1. 2, on a national level, the pressure on how do we deal with this very controversial issue of drilling for gas, a dozen miles, let alone 60 miles offshore. But 3, the reality of the situation. And the reality of the situation is that our Coast Guard is some of the most highly trained, incredible officers enlisted in the entire United States military. Dirty little secret. None of us had the experience to know how to shut off a valve a mile beneath the seabed. What we needed was the expertise of industry on that. And what we needed to do was work with BP, work with our partners in industry, behind the scenes to say, hey, look, we know there's a lot of angry stuff going on out there. We know when this is all over, there are going to be lawsuits, for the next 10 years. But right now, what we need is an ability to shut this stuff off. And it was working with industry to do that. Fukushima. Fukushima happens, and it is tragic. As you all know, an earthquake triggers a tsunami, thousands of miles of coastline of Japan affected. But the most amazing thing that we saw in that was, once again, how we could work with industry. 24 hours after that happened, I convened a conference call with the CEOs of Toyota, of Nissan, of TDK, of a dozen different chip manufacturers to our key U.S. companies on how are we going to keep the supply routes between Japan and the United States working. We needed to keep it moving. There was a tremendous fear amongst the Japanese companies that as a result of the fallout, the nuclear fallout from Fukushima, that we would block everything. Well, what we were able to do through our already existing framework in Japan, we have a tremendous Customs and Border Protection facility already there. So we work with them in country. How do you make sure those cars are clean? How do we make sure the contaminants are off it before they ever get loaded on the ships? Then working with the Coast Guard and with NOAA, we actually provided new shipping routes across the Pacific. Added about 12 hours in transit time, but what it meant is when they hit the ports in Long Beach and Oregon, all up and down the coast, there was no delay. Those ships unloaded as if nothing had happened. But once again, it was all about collaboration with industry, working with them in real time, sharing information, not worrying who's clear, telling them exactly what they needed to know in real time so they could adapt to what they needed to do. The most important sort of thing that we saw where industry collaboration is still critical is where I started. And that was with the failed Christmas Day attack almost 4 years ago. When that happened, it was a tremendous wake-up call to how we deal with aviation security. For those of you who remember pre the hijacking crisis in the 70s with Cuba, you would basically walk on planes. We then had this epidemic of hijackings, and so we now had these metal detectors to walk through. And those held us in pretty good stead for a long time. Then 9/11 happened, and we all saw the transformations that happened at our airports. And the amount of money, and let me emphasize that again, the amount of money that our adversaries have cost us as a result is staggering. When Christmas Day happened, it was yet another wake-up call. The object that Abdul Muttalib had tried to, and successfully smuggled onto that aircraft was, if it had gone off, it would have been catastrophic. We would have had tremendous loss of life, not just of U.S. citizens. It would have happened over Canadian soil. Representatives from 17 other countries were on that plane. And it really caused us to scramble, to figure out what do we need to do to immediately harden up not just the U.S. aviation industry, but the international aviation industry. Here was a terrorist who got on a plane in Nigeria and slowly worked his way through the system to Schiphol, where we had thought at the time was an impregnable airport with incredible security, to board an aircraft to the United States. How could we work with our allies, both traditional and non-traditional, to figure out a way to harden the system worldwide? How could we work, instead of taking 91 months, to bring online immediately measures that could help us detect what had at that point been an undetectable explosive in the systems that we had in place? And I have to say the only way it worked was through collaboration. The only way that we were able to go from that December, just a few months later, to the International Civil Aviation Organization meeting in Montreal that September, to transforming global aviation security the way we know it, was through these partnerships. The partnerships at DHS is our bread and butter. It is the only way that we get our job done. It is the only way that we were able to track cyber criminals from Boston to the Balkans. It is the only way that we were able to have turned the corner in our efforts to stop the scourge of human trafficking. It is where we wake up in the morning, it is where we end our days, whether it's on shipping cargo. Everything in the way we look at cyber is all about public-private partnerships. It is why we set up a program called Loaned Executive that allows us to bring outside experts inside for up to 364 days. Don't ask me why, that's where the lawyer said it was, but up to 364 days, we can bring outside experts, embed them internally into DHS. Now, these are not contract experts. These are subject matter experts. When we launched our new global supply chain strategy 18 months ago, it was a direct product of the fact that the CEO of UPS gave us an expert, a 29-year logistic expert from the United Parcel Service. Probably after the Army, there was no one better in the world at knowing how to move product than UPS. It is through these partnerships that is allowing us to turn the corner. I know at times it is challenging. Breaking down, as the Admiral mentioned before, sort of the old suspicions of, are you trying to sell me something or not? We realized that we need to get past that. What we need to do is, who is the best idea? How can we bring it to the battlefield immediately? I'm still in there 4 minutes. How do we get it to the battlefield as fast as we possibly can? And so what I want to close with, and what I want to stress, is that at DHS and across the USG enterprise as a whole, we have seen the value of public-private partnerships. We have seen it is the only way that we can stay ahead of the curve. I was very jealous of Chairman Mullen when he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I used to go over and meet with him because he had, in the bowels of the Pentagon, he had his own private think tank. He had 12 guys down in this room, and I think he only just sort of gave them raw meat and water, and he would slide his ideas under the door. And he had these brilliant, most of them private, not in the military, guys down there who would sit there and think through, all right, here is an incredibly complex problem, how do we solve it? Here's the reality. If we are to solve the complex problems facing both here in Europe and back in the United States and what we do at Homeland Security every day, it's only going to be through real-time partnerships and working through industry. But it's the reality of the time that stuff is moving just too quickly. Technology is evolving too fast. Many of you know of Moore's Law and the speed at which technology doubles. Handset. Pick a topic. It is happening too quickly for us possibly to keep up. And it is why we have set a mantra at DHS that national security is economic security, and economic security is national security. And the only way we can and must have both is through cooperation, is through collaboration. So I will close by thanking you, Michael, for having me come. It is good to be out of Washington. It's just a lovely and delightful place to be right now. There's just nothing going on there. But to come here and hear what's going on in Europe, hear the challenges that you're facing, figure out ways that we can better collaborate together. I hope during the breaks that you come and pigeonhole me, because DHS, while the new kid on the block is sort of our weakness, our strength is that we are the new kid on the block. We are given the leeway to think of innovative new approaches to how we tackle these incredibly challenging times in real time. Because if we can't do it in real time, it's not going to work. If we can't be one step ahead of our adversaries and thinking about what they're trying to do to us, it's going to be too late. We no longer have the luxury of using yesterday's technologies tomorrow. We need industry's help and support and cooperation to think of what are our challenges tomorrow so we can be ahead of the curve. Because it comes as no surprise, the budgets of yesterday are not here today. And the only way we're going to be able to be smart is if we shorten that 91-month period. We no longer have that luxury. What we need is efficiency, collaboration, and cooperation. And with that, even though I would like to go on for a few more minutes, I will stop. I'm getting the hook, but I figured I flew the furthest, so that was good enough. Well done. Thank you all very much.
Sean, how much time do we have? Other than 0? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay. We'll take 2 or 3 questions. Yes, ma'am. Would you please identify yourself and pose your question succinctly?
Do you have a microphone?
That's a good question. You can have mine, certainly. Is there another one? Mike?
I'm Tony Nichols, and I'm an operational contract support planner at EUCOM. And I know that a lot of the contract law, this is for the panel, but you may not be able to address my question. So I open it up to anybody in the private sector. A lot of contract law is set up, U.S. contract law is set up to protect private sector in competition, to have free or open competition to protect proprietary information. And as a result, the timeline for getting the solution sometime is not ideal to the U.S. government. I understand, I work a little bit with NATO. NATO Support Agency is NATO's contract support integrator. I worked a little bit with the EU, and they do, they're setting up a contract support operation. Have you been involved with any international government organizations, government keyword, or multinational government organizations, and seeing that perhaps the processes they have help shorten their timelines? For example, NATO involves their private sector in the planning process, and the EU is looking at the same. Are there any best practices there that we can learn from?
Let's have another question or two. I think it's for you.
So we're ready.
We're ready.
I'm
Okay,
going
go
to
for
wait
it.
for another question. I'm going to answer, kind of in a blank way, and I'll pass it on to the other panel members. But in a broad sense, I would say the contracting question is a key question. And it's a partnership issue again. Somebody mentioned the DIB. The DIB is 9,000 companies in the United States, by the way. 2,600 of them are critical. And we're going to have to go through a process of actually working together to make sure that DIB is viable from the standpoint of cybersecurity, for example. The Chinese have taken a lot of our information on the JSF through the cyber process. There are thousands of those examples. That's one thing. But going back to the contracting, when Ash Carter, who just resigned as Deputy Secretary of Defense recently, published what was called Better Buying Power 1.0 about 3 years ago, part of his direction was for contracting people to go for the most low-cost contract you could get. And the reward for that was going to be directly back to the contracting officer. So their measure of merit was how much money they could save the government, which is always not a bad thing. We should always be looking for savings. That pendulum swung significantly. And right now, there's a huge number of protests in effect. There's 2,500 of them today, as a matter of fact. And there are some real significant contracting issues ongoing because the pendulum, frankly, has swung too far. And from an international standpoint, I don't think there's not much difference for us necessarily with a company like EADS or anybody else, but because they have to compete in the U.S. They're really looking for DoD-type work. But I would say that what you're going to see in contracting is a shift back the other way where the mission people and the requirements people will have more to say of the type of product they have. And I think you're going to see a swing toward quality as a measure of merit because of numerous activities where contracts have failed because either the contractor didn't have the capacity, they underbid, they weren't able to execute on the price, and you'll see that. So I think in the DoD world or the U.S. world, the shift would be back towards something a little more equitable, and it goes back again to trust. I mean, when Carter declared the global war on contractors, basically, which there were OEMs, they're basically people in the middle that do vexing business problems, and then their staff augmentation type contractors. That was meant to kind of even the playing field where there was a perception that contractors were bilking the government. And that's a rarity, frankly, amongst contractors. They aren't trying to bilk the government, they're trying to be partners with them. And I think there's been an unfortunate relationship that's occurred because of that. And again, I would postulate we're going to swing back to because of the need for this partnership. Anybody else want to go?
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Other questions? Yes.
Good morning, Marla. My name is Judy Reed, and I work for Defense Institution Building here at EUCOM, and my job is to help create intellectual interoperability between the U.S., NATO, and our partner nations in the Eastern European countries. You all represent businesses that are very multinational. And the question that I have for you that we would like to learn from you is, what are your lessons learned, what are the elements that we need to be worried about in creating the ability to anticipate each other's needs with your partners in business and our partners in defense? And what can we learn about creating these relationships, like I said, to the point of intellectual interoperability, which you would call anticipation? Doesn't have to be answered today. I mean, like in the course of the day is fine.
Another question?
Thank you.
Okay, then we'll take, yes.
I'm probably breaking about every rule I possibly can, but I'll just stand up. I think everybody can hear it. And so just throughout the day, one of the things that I'd like to, discussion I'd like to have, it has to do with how we're viewed, how we were in the uniform, those great Americans that we've got in our civilian support structure here. How are we viewed by industry as an institution? Because that's evolved over time. It's ebbed and flowed. And I'm talking beyond the mom and apple pie efforts. So I got that. We're all patriots, our allies, supporters. But how are we viewed as an institution is question one. And the second part of that is, what do we need to do to evolve? Not just stay where we are, but to evolve to face the challenges of tomorrow. And so it's a very broad, very gray area question. I think the world we're moving into tomorrow is very gray in nature. It is no longer the black and white that we're used to. So any feedback you have on me, because I take seriously the leader development part of my job as part of the institution. So I'm interested in that, just having that discussion with industry, because you're looking at this, and it matters kind of how we're viewed. And what, again, the second part of it is, what is it you think we need to do to continue to evolve and face the challenges of tomorrow?
Thank you, General. Okay, two there from General Crawford on, that's a very rare opportunity. What is the perception of EUCOM on the part of industry, and what could EUCOM do to evolve? And from Judy Reed on intellectual interoperability.
Let's try the first one real quick.
Okay.
So I can say it from both sides. I'll just quickly say that I think the military is still the most respected institution around. There's no doubt about it, and for a lot of reasons, because they deserve it and we're mostly patriotic. I will say two things. One is I'm surprised that the components aren't given, because actually they're the ones that are going to spend money. And the reason I say that is not criticism. It's the fact that I think one of the things that would help the military in this perspective, I think reputationally you're doing great. I mean, nobody does the job better. But what we're talking about here is business, right? And one of the things I saw as a senior leader in the military, and I've talked to the component service chiefs about this a lot lately, is that I think we need to have more of our people, like yourself or others, that are going to aspire to leadership positions when they're moving up, actually go to business school instead of, and I've got an international relations degree, and frankly, it didn't do as good because I traveled a lot anyway, and I found out a lot of things through just experience. But what I didn't have very much experience at was actually doing business, and the importance of the fact that we do have a very limited number of resources. And the fact is, there's a way to do that. So you go back to this 91-month issue that everybody's talked about, and there are business practices on the commercial side that actually have addressed that, because it's the bottom line. And so I would quickly just add that I think all of it, you're going to be leaders for a while, some of you guys that are in here at the one-star level, is I would take some of your young stars and say, hey, I want you to go to Darden or Wharton or MIT or Harvard or Chicago or name it, and figure out when you come back in as your staff job, you know how to do business as well.
Just to piggyback on that a little bit, one of the things that I've experienced is the lack of negotiation skills in the government. In industry we do it every single day, right? But on the government side, it's not. It's more of a rare commodity. So I think if you could train the folks on the art of negotiation, it would benefit both industry and the government.
I'm going to tackle the first question just for a second with two words: self-interest. Don't underestimate the importance of self-interest in these partnerships in the way we collaborate, either the way companies do, companies to government, governments to governments. Many times the trick is, and I'm glad you bring that up about negotiation, because a lot of times the trick is to figure out where is the overlap. In the space of Homeland Security, we see that every single day. If you were to go out to Las Vegas and you would talk to the marketing guys are trying to slit each other's throat every single day for customer base. If you go and talk to chief security officers, there's not an inch of daylight. They all know that if something bad happens to one casino, it's bad for all of them, and so they all work together. And we saw this when we did the PNR negotiation with the European Union. I realized the issue of privacy isn't at all an issue here in the EU. No one ever talks about it. What we saw was we had to get down to the root of what was in everybody's self-interest. And it was the self-interest of industry to have a treaty where it was the same law across the board. And it was in the interest of the government to make sure that these aircraft were safe. And once we were able to identify that overlap, it made what had seemed to be an insurmountable challenge possible. But part of that is also you're constantly having to exercise what I always call sort of the process versus personality. And that all too often, I'll call General Crawford now, because now I know General Crawford. I'll just call him up directly and say, hey, General, I got this cyber idea. Now that's all well and good. He and I are exchanging ideas, but when he changed positions and I changed position, how have we translated it so it can continue on? And so I think as we continue to improve and strengthen public-private partnerships, a critical element of that is it's always going to be personality-driven. We know that. But how do you build it so it stands the test of time that can also be process-driven? So that when people change companies, change posts, it will continue to strengthen and flourish as we go along.
Thank you to the panel. We're out of time. Is it very quick?
I'll make it very quick.
30 seconds on this, please.
To General Crawford's question, I'm kind of breaking the rules. I represent Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and I brought 10 companies with me today. And for the most part, they are just second and third tier, not primes. And their perception, and from the take on across the Commonwealth, is the armed forces are very well respected, but EUCOM or the other COCOMs, it's this pie in the sky. How do we get involved with you all if we're not a big prime, if we haven't already cracked the code? Because my understanding is that you all have to keep an arm's length distance and you can't show preference for companies. So how do I get them involved? If they can't be here, what's the process?
I'll take that project. Very good. Thank you very much to the panel, and we'll release you. My apologies for the 5-minute overrun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move very smartly, not into a break, not into lunch, but to the next discussion, which is more in-depth with great examples of great partnering. We're going to step through that. Again, if you feel the need, take it out, get another cup of coffee, come back in, feel free to do so. But we're going to step right to it. It's my great pleasure to introduce as your next facilitator, Linda von Buchhoven, who's the defense lead for IBM in Europe, and who is a great practitioner of partnerships in the NATO, the European Union, with EUCOM, and with others. So, Linda, without further ado.
Well, thank you very much, Mike, for the introduction. So what do a supply chain officer, an economist, a pilot, and a medical doctor have in common? Well, they're sitting and standing in front of you here. We're going to make a contribution from different perspectives here. So I'm joined on stage with Cliff Booker from Boeing, Jeffrey Miller from Accenture, and Urs Schneider from Fraunhofer. And actually, we're running late, but I've been told it's okay that I'm going to take the next 45 minutes to talk about partnering for results and partnership models. At IBM, partnership is at the heart of IBM because our business model is all about integration. It's all about bringing technologies, services, ideas, skills, know-how all together. And we're working across boundaries to make that work. Not just boundaries of our own corporation, but also with our partners across the ecosystem. So in this interconnected world, we start to reach out also to companies. And so in 2012, we asked over 1,700 CEOs and government leaders to talk about their strategic agenda and how are they responding to this much more interconnected world. And we found 3 things. So senior officials, they want to create more economic value by cultivating new connections within and across 3 domains. The first domain is that they want to empower employees. Empowering employees is one of those things that's happening right now. More than almost 60% of the senior leaders said that over the next 3 to 5 years, they want to make fundamental different changes to the way you internally and externally collaborate. So close to 60% are taking this on as a real challenge. The second thing is that we're engaging citizens and customers as individuals. And today's technology makes it all possible to reach out to individuals, to reach out to citizens, and to work with them. But the third thing, and that's really what I wanted to focus on here today, is how to amplify innovation with partnerships. When we asked them about, let's say, how do you take this strategy, this innovation strategy, how do you take this further? How do you want to make this real? How do you make this part of your core innovation strategy for your organizations? Over 70% of the CEOs and government leaders said they want to partner extensively. So 70% of them telling us they want to partner extensively. And they're doing that in 3 ways. First of all, they're changing how you partner. That's the first thing they do. So they achieve differentiation through social innovation. They're reaching out to different communities. They're extending their communication and collaboration tools so that peers could interact within and across the organization. Second, they expand the scope of partnerships. Partnerships are not just located in one single area like R&D, where you do partnerships for innovation. No, it's reaching out to other functions as well. Marketing, sales, HR, so it's much broader than that. And third, they're also changing how to partner by trying to tackle the shared governance issue, the shared governance challenge. They're establishing ways to share key aspects of control. For example, prioritization, joining your partners and talk about prioritization, what's important, decision-making and funding. Second thing they do is they make partnerships much more personal. So technology nowadays represents the ability to have much deeper connections with people, with partners. And that allows you to spontaneously, but also in a planned way, interact and innovate together. So they're broadening the responsibility for managing the partnerships. It's not just the management of partnership division that's responsible for it. It's not just the J9 who's responsible for that, not just mine. No, it's broader than that. It is something that goes across the organization. It also goes across the levels of the organization. It's not just the executives at the top of the organization that have to collaborate. No, it actually happens at the peers at every level of the organization. And third, you should really consider possibility of partnering being a community of people. Don't think always organizations. Also, you can have a community of interest that gets together. Frank calling Bob saying, I got a problem here, and just peer-to-peer individuals that are talking. Now the third thing is they're breaking collaboration boundaries. They're absolutely breaking collaboration boundaries. They're trying to explore unconventional partnerships with unconventional, not thought of, like beyond the traditional alliances. How to talk about and look for taking ideas from other industries and applying, for example, to their own, or taking practices from government and taking to government and the other way around. They also think like disruptors. I know government folks may not like the word disruptors, but if you don't disrupt, others will do it for you. And so we think that disruptive thinking is something that needs to happen. And actually it was referred to this morning by General Breedlove. He said, break the status quo. He literally used that phrase. And third is they want to innovate as a system. Innovate as a system. That also means that I can work with competitors. I do work, in my job, I do work with competitors. I do work with other governments and non-government organizations and so on. So we fully subscribe to this whole notion of collaboration and teaming and partnerships. But there's one thing we should not do. Do not confuse activity with results. Do not confuse busyness with business. Because we believe there's a number of things that we should learn from, say, in best practices. So I'm going to give you 3 examples out of my NATO context. The first one is the NIAC studies, NATO Industrial Advisory Group Studies. Those are companies getting together. They paid a nominal fee for the contribution to talk about a very important topic. So at this point in time, literally now, we're working on a study to how to prepare NATO for a cyber crisis. What would industry recommend NATO to do to prepare themselves for a cyber crisis? So that's the way of collaborating under NIAC. I'm telling you that the payment we get for that is barely enough to cover for our travel costs. For the rest, we believe it's a benefit if the customer is better informed and that they actually make decisions. Second example I would like to give to you is the NCOIC, Network Centric Operations Industry Consortium. Some of you may know. It's about 80 to 100 companies who have been working over the last couple of years to talk about interoperability in the joint OSR and C5SR domain. But recently, about a year and a half ago, NATO's Communication and Information Agency, the new general manager, Koen Gijsberg, reached out to NCOIC and said, I want to team with industry and think through my IT modernization strategy. So those companies got together and we thought about the IT modernization strategy. Koen Gijsbert nowadays tells us he is executing on that strategy to how to consolidate his data centers and so on. And that's going to go through full procurement, of course. It is not sole source, nothing like that. But he now has an informed strategy that he's going to take forward. The last example I would like to give is the framework for collaborative interaction with industry, which is a tool that NATO ACT is managing. That's a formal framework, and what's even referred to that, for how to exchange information between industry and NATO. And first of all, it's happening on a one-on-one basis. Very important, because if you're all together with the competition in there, nobody's going to show all their cards in that session. So there's one-on-one, and we know that whatever we share there is trusted, and it's two-directional traffic. Second is also pre-competitive. So it's in the pre-competitive phase, so it's informing ACT about requirements and so on. But a competition will follow it. A competition should really follow it, because one of the most frustrating things is that trying to work in pre-competitive situations never to be followed by competition, because then we basically think, well, we're wasting our time. So we think a good example was that the recent cloud study which was done, which was actually an IAC study on cloud. What does cloud mean for NATO? Second, Tide Spring events were focused on cloud. It resulted in a white paper that NATO ACT produced about cloud, informing their new capability packages. And yes, they're going for competition now. So what we liked about that one was that there was clear communication, back and forth. There was a feedback loop with industry, clear outcomes in terms of a document and a good recommendation. And it was linked to the definition of high-level requirements so that we can take that to competition, or that they could take that to competition. So we think there's a number of good. Problem is, of course, is that was in 2010. We're still waiting for the competition to happen. So there's about a 3-year time span, 3-year activities there, and the result. So what do we recommend? So let me close with that. First of all, take a programmatic approach on collaboration. Do that across the agency, across EUCOM here. NATO is trying to do that as well, so make sure you've got a framework around that. Communicate open and often and create a feedback loop. There's nothing more frustrating for industry than to say, we've given advice, we haven't heard anything. Don't know. We don't know what they like, we don't know what they dislike. Maybe the dislike is even better. Tell us what you don't like. Because if we get the feedback, we can improve. What you like, I mean, we think what you like, but to know that. But I think especially tell us what you dislike. Third, stop activities that don't add value, that don't lead to end results. Stop with them. We've got to be honest and look each other in the eye. That goes back to the building of trust as well. Fourth is establish some sort of governance mechanism around that. And by the way, pull also small and medium enterprises into that. Have a governance mechanism to discuss that in partnerships. And last but not least, establish a collaborative environment. Find something that you can share and exchange the information. Nothing's more frustrating than having to send email, PowerPoints, and things like that as a way to collaborate, because there's so many tools out there that can actually have very close collaboration. So that's what I wanted to say as a beginning of our panel. So with that, I'm going to Cliff Cooker from Boeing. Cliff has joined Boeing as in Copenhagen, working out of Denmark. He's a business development manager responsible for Northern Europe. Before that, he was working with the Office of Defense Cooperation in Denmark, and before that, he was Transcom and the 435th Operations Support Quarter and educated at Air. Cliff, floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. And as mentioned, my name is Cliff Puckett, and I have just relatively recently joined Boeing Defense, only about a year. Prior to that, as mentioned, I worked for Mike Ryan in the Office of Defense Cooperation in Copenhagen within EUCOM, so about 4 years in total. And so the sort of example of collaboration and partnerships, I see from kind of both those perspectives. And I think it's an opportunity to look at what I'm going to call a test case. It almost coincidentally happens to be involving a Boeing initiative, a Boeing product, but I really think it's almost coincidental. as a way to sort of springboard to further partnering and collaboration that might be possible. And that example I'm going to touch on is one that may be familiar to many or perhaps completely unknown. I'll briefly describe it. And that is we've heard this mentioned before this morning, pooled and shared resources. Definitely a buzz term that has been in Europe now for quite a while, driven by scarce defense budgets and how the militaries of Europe are going to get by that, and this realization, hey, we have got to get our resources pooled together and share assets, and how are we going to do that? A relatively early success example of that was with strategic airlift. There was a need by a group of nations for strategic airlift capability, and they realized there was no way they could individually ever afford this kind of asset, and it was extremely expensive to buy it on the civilian market every time they needed it. So they got together, about 12 nations, and they bought themselves 3 C-17 strategic airlifters. And this was several years ago, and really by all measures, it has been a complete success. The countries that use this, they jointly own it. They jointly use it under rules of engagement that were established, and was quite a success. And a lot of people who saw this happen thought it was a watershed event. Wow, this is the first of many examples that we're going to have of this sort of pooled, shared, collectively owned and used resources within Europe that's going to solve the budgetary challenges that are here. And frankly, I would argue that with perhaps a couple of notable exceptions, there have been few examples after that that have occurred. And I think the reason why is an opportunity for increased partnering, and really I think also between industry and EUCOM. And that is, strategic airlift is a relatively easy military asset to agree upon as users to use. You have to have some rules for when are you going to use it and when do I get the jet. But by and large, it's relatively easy to manage, not a lot of sensitivities. You start thinking about the scale of military capabilities and equipment that's out there and what you would need to eventually have. And it gets much more difficult. ISR platforms that you've heard mentioned, intelligence collection, classification between nations, and how does that work for you? Actual combat assets, things that go boom, and the political sensitivities of that, and whether you're going to diffuse those capabilities and that equipment amongst many nations. That gets to be a much more difficult problem to solve. And so you have seen subsequently very few examples where, despite the intentions and the rhetoric at a high level, where they have been, in a collaborative sense, able to come up with solutions that really are like the C-17s in Hungary that are jointly owned by a group of nations. And I think it provides an opportunity. Industry was really sort of the early catalyst that got what's called the SAC C-17 initiative going, purely from a business opportunity perspective. But it wasn't a hard sell in a lot of ways because there weren't some sensitivities. When you talk about those higher end capabilities, with the concerns over classification and the concerns over military power being diffused amongst nations, it's much more difficult and industry really reaches its limits, I think, in many cases, to facilitate that. And I really think, and I'm not implying that it isn't being done, because frankly I've seen under Mike Ryan's leadership an attempt to get at this, but it's an opportunity for organizations like EUCOM to play a facilitating role, an honest broker role. If you had 3 or 4 nations that all more or less would like to have access to the capability in a small group, perhaps outside of a larger NATO structure, because that comes with advantages and disadvantages, but there needs to be somebody to sort of work the tensions. What are the rules of engagement? What are the issues amongst those 4 nations? Really, a lot of times you need a facilitator, somebody sort of bird dogging that and playing the honest broker role. And when you think about it, I think particularly if U.S. forces are perhaps not involved in that collaborative idea, the role that EUCOM could play in collaboration with those nations and with industry, in an honest broker role to get through some of those sensitivities, the negotiation, and to come up to an agreement, would be the classic of what Ambassador Green called the coincidence of purpose and goals. Obviously, industry is looking to do business, but this also would result in greater capability for the nations of EUCOM that EUCOM as a partner is worried about. So the degree to which EUCOM can be involved in facilitating those partnerships, even when U.S. forces might not even be involved with it, I think is a growth area to be interesting to evaluate. It's probably a little outside of the normal perspective, and we can talk about that. As somebody who used to be in EUCOM and thought about, what's the swim lanes. but it's probably a unique opportunity given the respect and the position that EUCOM has in the European theater. I would also argue that some of the challenges in implementing those are also on the U.S. side, in Washington. As was mentioned earlier, the system is geared to sell equipment to a nation. The U.S. government says, okay, country X, I agree to let you buy this under these provisos, and we go forward. It's less comfortable with a pooled, collectively owned group of nations agreeing to something. Having an advocate like EUCOM or Combatant Command that can sort of, again, play an honest broker role back in the U.S., I think is pretty powerful. Industry's always going to be viewed a little bit through the lens of, yeah, you just want to make a sale. Obviously, the nations involved want it to happen, and I may be discounting the technology control limitations and problems there. EUCOM brings a very unique perspective of being able to see the operational advantage while also making sure that the real concerns of technology control and release are looked after. So a real opportunity, I think, for partnering in a sense that maybe we haven't done so much in the future. So food for thought, not just for the panel, but throughout the course of the day and into the future as to how we might continue, I think, the multilateral role that EUCOM has taken in the last few years and continue to go further with it.
Thank you very much, Cliff. These were the words from the pilot. So next is Jeffrey Miller. He's based out of the DC area and works with Accenture. Has a long-standing history and career in consulting. Worked also with the consultant before that, and before that was a Navy Supply Corps officer in the United States Navy. Educated at George Washington University School of Business, so somebody who knows the business side. So, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Hearing a lot of the comments today, sort of I've been changing what I wanted to talk about. But you know, I really want to look at this from Accenture's perspective and where we've seen partnerships work and where we think they should evolve in the future. And in terms of, you know, a couple of things that struck me is that there's a lot of discussion today about ideas, and partnering is just a wonderful form to make sure that those ideas are promoted. But for a lot of companies, and particularly Accenture, you know, sharing those ideas, those are obviously intellectual property that we have. We hold those closely, and it's sometimes we're choosing the right time to share those ideas with industry or in a partnership environment where our competitors are there. It becomes challenging. But where I've seen these work in recent years, one in particular, the Defense Logistics Agency is a client of mine that I work extensively with, and through an industry association, the National Defense Transportation Association, they have the director of DLA has embarked upon seeking ideas from industry where to tackle very challenging problems that he has in reducing costs. And what I really thought worked very well in that environment was it was very specific, measurable outcomes that he was looking for. We need to reduce costs by this much. How can we do that? And where, you know, previously I've seen a lot of these ideas sort of stop at the strategic level. There were a lot of very tactical ideas that came out of that, and frankly, I was very encouraged and surprised by how much transparency and openness there was between the individuals working in that forum, where it got down to really concrete examples and ideas of how those costs can be reduced. And I think that to me, that was a great forum for industry to get those ideas out, and in a way where we may not previously have wanted to do that, and to generate the buy-in. Obviously what we want to do with this is to get our ideas out there. Yes, it is about fostering partnerships and potentially business in the future, but to get clients to think about things in a different way and to have an open environment for that, we think is extremely important. And to a couple of the comments that were raised here today, very much focused on outcomes, and that there was a governance structure put in place and specific outcomes were identified as success means this. And that was what I thought was extremely encouraging from from my perspective, working with that. Clearly, other examples of where Accenture has had successful partner models outside of industry associations. One thing that we are very proud of, really came out of our commitment to corporate responsibility, is something called Accenture Development Partnerships. And for a lack of better words, it's sort of Accenture's version of the Peace Corps, where we have partnered with NGOs and various organizations around the world to take a lot of the ideas and best practices that we have put in place to go solve very challenging issues in the world, such as supply chain problems for Feed the Children in Africa and in Southwest Asia, where that organization had tremendous problems getting food into various areas, and really sought a lot of what we have done from a supply chain perspective. How could we best do that and do it in a way where they obviously were limited in terms of their ability to, the resources they can apply to it, how can we do those things more efficiently? And what's unique about this model is that it's NGOs apply resources toward it. Accenture applies resources toward it in two ways. We make investments in providing the services, but from a personnel perspective, individuals at Accenture who want to contribute to that program, they do it for a select period of time. It's typically a year to 18 months. And they take a salary cut where they go in and they are literally in theater, they're in Haiti, they're in Africa, they're in these places where they have chosen for a period of time in their life to take a cut in salary, and then obviously it becomes less expensive for Accenture to provide that level of expertise to solve a lot of those challenging problems. So sort of a different twist on how partnerships have traditionally worked, but I think there's a very innovative way, and some of the things that have come out of it, from solving complex supply chain problems to training nurses in Africa, where we are using mobile technology to do that. Doing all those things from our perspective not only is solving a greater good, but these are examples that we can take back to when we're proposing work for whatever type of client or challenge we're trying to solve, to say this is what we have done to solve this problem, very difficult problem in this type of area of the world, and certainly gives credence to the type of work that we can do. So just different perspectives on what partnership means to us, and thank you for your time.
And next is Dr. Urs Steiner. And so we've got the medical doctor now on stage. He's the head of the Department of Orthopedics and Motion Systems at the Fraunhofer Institute, known here international. So, Urs,
yes, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be here and to first tell you a little bit about the work we're doing, and second about the vision I have for improving some aspects of innovation. So I'm a Stuttgart boy. I'm a medical doctor and head of a research team just down the road. I walk here, it's 10 minutes walking distance. We do orthopedic research. It's a team between the German private non-profit research institute Fraunhofer. Fraunhofer is the largest European technology research institute. We're about 60 institutes and 22,000 people. And we work between the Fraunhofer, the special model, and the VA. So by contract for about 4 years now, we work on improving wounded warrior treatment between here, Minneapolis, Washington, D.C., Boston, and Pittsburgh. So some aspects of work we do is I'm in close contact with the medical staff here at EUCOM. It's a very appreciated discussion round with Lieutenant Colonel Mike Hudson, who works here. There is this Wounded Warrior project for improving amputee care in Georgia. And us together with USAID add an additional action improving the local education there trying to set up an academic amputee care education in Tbilisi, in addition to this current effort, and in Bosnia, in both in Banja Luka and in Sarajevo, so in both parts, and do this as a joint discussion and action between EUCOM, USAID from Fraunhofer, and the European Commission. So we are now on planning the next steps in this direction and trying to think the best ways forward of intensifying these collaborations. Other parts of the daily work we do, we sit and discuss and improve prosthetics care with the chair of rehabilitation, Chuck Scoble, at the Walter Reed Hospital in Washington. I led Paul Pasquina, the head of the orthopedic school at Walter Reed, explain at the World Congress in Orthopedics about the U.S. military amputee care system. And so we discuss the warrior transition plan and the needs for those warriors who stay in service or those who become veterans and improving their medical future. So these are great aspects that we do between Stuttgart and various U.S. places. Another, I think, down-to-earth yet visionary aspect is that I have the honor to be the only non-American invited expert to the TETRIC U.S. Army medical research 10 years perspective of rehabilitation. And so we try to be relevant in improving mobility of people and with a focus on wounded warriors. So with that background, and Fraunhofer being a research institute that tries to bridge gaps between basic research and industrial needs in the technology development we do, we try to do the best to integrate American companies and research guys into European projects. We try to apply with American colleagues for DoD grants and National Science Foundation grants, but of course, it is tricky to do projects with public funds across the Atlantic Ocean because tax money won't pass this. So what I would think with a lot of competence people in the room, what I think we share the same wishes, needs, and ethics in the US and in Europe. We have a joint plan, and to keep these countries stable, we always need innovation to keep industry strong. I think the good news is the US and Europe is main innovator on this planet, and therefore I think we need either European American innovation technology funds one day, which we don't have today, or we need at least to liaise programs of the US and Europe into a synchronized way. This can be possible. And I think ideally, in these reasonable discussions of a free trade agreement between the US and Europe, the aspect of supporting innovation as part of an industrial strength, I think should be supported and realized. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. Also, the panelists, you've heard 4 perspectives on collaboration and partnerships and so on from very diverse backgrounds. So, can I open it up to the room? There's a question over there.
Okay. Hi, Stan Pershimsky. I work for Sikorsky Aircraft in Warsaw, Poland. I just wanted to beat the dead horse that you brought up, and I wanted to raise, the fact is we're producing Black Hawk helicopters in Poland. We're trying to sell them around Central and Eastern Europe. We've heard a lot about pooling and sharing, but I have to tell you, and I just want to challenge, everyone who talks about it at all the conferences, the people at the lower level are losing faith in pooling and sharing actually works. The fact that you brought up the C-17 consortium is a wonderful thing, but, and I know I had a sidebar with the J-5, and we talked about the air defense options. And at a higher level, with very expensive weapon systems, maybe it is so that many countries say we can't do this alone. But from what we're seeing with Black Hawks, which are several levels down beneath the C-17, we're not getting any bites for pooling and sharing. And you've got individual countries with their individual tenders. You've got the U.S. government with its individual DSP-5s and these mammoth licensing problems. And then you've got the non-disclosure issues where you can't talk to another country about what one country said. And so I too was looking at perhaps U.S. European Command offering its good offices to help with some kind of pooling and sharing initiatives. Perhaps U.S. USER offering its good offices in doing something like that. But after thinking about it, I'm just not sure if it's even possible because it is so hard and so tough. So I don't know if I have a question, but I have a comment. And that was it.
Thank you very much, and we'll comment on that further. Other questions at the point in time? Very shy group, huh? So let's comment on you. Could you comment on the situation?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I have any particular insight to add to your, what you highlight is an interesting element of it in that the problem appears not to be the complexity and sensitivity of the capability involved, because let's face it, a Black Hawk helicopter is benign in the way that a C-17 is benign, so relatively surmountable in that regard. And what I have noticed from my perspective, and both as an ODC chief and then shortly now with Boeing, is that there is genuinely a desire at I'll call it a Minister of Defense level to find ways to make this work. But when you start getting into the military ranks, there is this hesitancy to want to actually give up sovereignty, give up direct control of something that they like to have on their own. And that's where I think there may be an interesting role for industry, but also for, I would say, respected partners like European Command, who perhaps are seen as honest brokers, no dog in the fight, helping those chods and below understand that, look, in the end analysis, if you hold on to this desire to own it yourself, you may in the end not have anything at all. And when you look at the capabilities in Europe that have simply gone away from certain nations, that is indeed a risk. So what role can industry play with that? I just think that inherently it calls for a degree of collaboration between industry and an agency like EUCOM that I know we do at a certain level, but probably some opportunity to increase it, where industry can be creative in what they can offer that speaks to some of these concerns, and EUCOM might be able to play a facilitating, honest broker, even a bulldog sort of role to get some of these things done. And in the end, you can have things like, I understand that I don't live the life they live, but the SAC-C-17 program is a success on every measure, to include the countries that continue to pay for it every year. They love it. But that you could get nations, some of which aren't even NATO, two of which aren't even NATO, to agree, we're just going to throw our money into a pool, was a leak for some. And how do we facilitate that for the release in the future?
Robert?
Thank you, Linda. I'd like to pick up on Hosteyer's comment about joint research, because I don't think this is something that needs to be limited to medical research. And what you mentioned is perhaps time has come for joint research. The EU, as you probably know, spends something like 7 billion euros a year on research. It's huge. And none of that up to now has been for defense, because defense has been a sovereign national prerogative. They now are going into a new 7-year research commitment called Horizon 2020. And it'll have a similar funding, or perhaps even greater. It may go up to $10 billion a year, which will be found out to the Fraunhofers of this world and to other institutions. Up to now, they've had the same problem as the US, or the same restriction. They say, yeah, in theory, it's possible for a US company to be funded by the European Union. It's possible for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, apparently, but it's just never been done. So it's very, very hard. There is a treaty between the EU and the US for research. Security research, dual-use research, was added to that at Secretary Napolitano's instigation about a year ago. All the tools are in place. There's no reason why in Horizon 2020 and in DHS's S&T program we could not have joint dual-use research. And that covers cyber, it covers many, many things, except for things that go bump in the night. But it covers many things that you're interested in. So I would encourage EUCOM to push through the U.S. delegation to the EU. Why not? Why not dual-use joint research in the near-term future? The framework is there. We need to challenge it. We need to do it.
Take it more as a comment.
Thank you. The John Inghorn, GIT. This is probably a question for my industry colleagues. Is that as we try to set the stage for a collaborative and teaming arrangement among ourselves in order to address mission-focused solutions for the various different combatant commands in the Department of Defense, as well as our allies in NATO, what are the essential components of that type of a teaming agreement that we would like to see among ourselves that would protect our intellectual property, at the same time allow that dialogue so we can get at solutions that we think that DOD is asking us and what DOD is thinks that they need from us in the 3 to 5 year time horizon. Thank you.
Yeah, I can certainly start with that, and I think that certainly starts with understanding what it is that everybody wants, each of the partners wants to get out of it. I think the transparency of that is very important. That including on the government side, I would think without getting into extreme details, the government ought to be asking what is Accenture want out of this, and it's got to be something that's more than motherhood and apple pie. It's got to be something that's concrete to say, hey, here are metrics that how I am measured by my success, and understanding if that's understood, then I think that everybody within the partnership understands really what it is that they're what's in it for them, and if that's transparent and understood, I think that breaks a lot of the barriers. Because that's the elephant in the room. It really is. I mean, it's a sort of what's in it for me. Well, what is in it for me? And just as that is recognized and understood, I think it's a lot easier to partner once you get beyond that.
Okay, Steve, last question.
It's not so much a question, but a comment on what we're talking right now. For our industry partners, when you start trying to partner with us here at EUCOM and other DoD entities, we're on the leading edge right now of the gray area on ethics and how we sit down and talk with our industry partners. And you know that on the DoD side, it all depends on what type of lawyer we have on this end that allows us to go forward or not go forward. But the partners, our industry partners, can help us. And I'll give you an example. We were trying to have a cyber roundtable about 1.5 years ago, and we had this all set up, and we were ready to go. And one of our industry partners were going to sponsor this for us, and they came out and made a comment that they wanted one of their primary competitors not to attend. And as soon as our lawyers got hold of that, they said, this isn't a collaboration. This is being used as a business development opportunity. So our plea to you as we struggle to figure out how to do this together as a team, help us through that. And that's just a point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Steve, and certainly noted on this side of the room, so to say. So let me wrap this up because it's really time for lunch now. One final comment, General Crawford. You asked for how is EUCOM experiences by industry and so on. I'm not in a position to comment on that, but in general, I think the industry has an opinion about it. But what we would like to play back to the leadership of EUCOM saying, how does EUCOM want to be positioned? What's the enduring idea behind EUCOM? We heard it this morning about what the ideas are there. Who do you serve? How do you want to be different than the other commands? And how do you want to be primarily experienced? So I think those are questions that if we work together, we can come to answers on those. So thank you very much for your attention here. Mike, I'm turning it back to you for lunch.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for really a rich and rewarding discussion this morning. As I and my team are responsible for implementing most of your ideas here at EUCOM, at least for getting our mission partners here within the staff to implement them with us. We've taken lots of notes, and it's all good, and we'll feed it back to you through the compendium so we can have a dialogue and make sure that we get it right as we move out within the parameters that have been so eloquently outlined this morning. The two most important things I have to say are, there'll be working groups this afternoon, therefore the sign-up lists are still out in the lobby. So please put your name down on one of the working groups, and those will start promptly after lunch. We'll come back in here for another short plenary to give the instructions for the working groups, and then we'll break into the working groups. And again, I said, if you want to eat lunch and you have not yet paid, please pay for that out in the lobby, and they will give you a ticket so you can eat lunch. And the last thing I'm going to say is that during lunch, no cliques are allowed. So we need to have uniforms and suits mixed together. We need to have industry and government. We need to make sure that you draw the people around you into the discussion, because that's what we're all about. And the last thing, I'm informed that our J5 Major General Randy Key is here. General Key, sir, are you here? He's standing in the back in the archway. He's the point where all of this comes together in our thought processes. So if you have the opportunity to steal a bit of his time over lunch, I highly recommend you do that. It'll keep me from having to repeat everything you said later. So thank you all. We will have lunch until 1:30, and we'll see you back in here. Listen out for the big bell, and you'll know when to come back. Thank you again.
And welcome to this breakout session. I think we're probably going to have a couple of others join us as the export control. We might have to add some chairs or line some people up here. I would just like to take a couple of minutes to introduce myself, and then we'll go around the room. If I could ask each one of you to introduce yourself, your organization, your role in that organization, and what your interest in this topic is, and or what you hope to gain from this session. Maybe that'll help get the conversation started. As was just mentioned in the main session, our due outs from this working group will be to come up with some key issues, some challenges, and some opportunities or potential opportunities for cooperation. My name is Jonathan Dalrymple. I'm the Director for Business Operations here at Stuttgart, about to be here in Stuttgart. My household belongings are actually on a boat on the way to Germany right now. I work for Textron Systems Corporation, which is a division of Textron. Textron has Bell Helicopter, Cessna Aviation, Textron Systems, Textron Industrial, which has E-Z-GO golf carts. About 75% of our business is geared towards military operations, towards the defense sector. This security cooperation is near and dear to my heart. It's bread and butter for me. So from an industry standpoint, I'm looking forward to the subject matter experts that are in the room, both from the EUCOM side as well as from industry, former military. I feel like I'm probably the least qualified to be up here, but I'm happy to facilitate the conversation. So if we can start here and go around, you can just introduce yourself, your organization, and role be great.
Yes, Lieutenant Commander Davidson. I'm actually here at EUCOM under ECJ9. I work for Mr. Ryan. I'm here just as the scribe. As my personal interest in this, I'm a Navy 6490 security officer.
I'm Greg Baylor, the science advisor here at EUCOM. I'm with ECJ8Q, and my interest is I'm a government civilian, and we're just trying to help EUCOM in any way possible and to facilitate relations with industry and solving their problems.
My name is Ike Klein. I'm with the American Chamber of Commerce in Germany. I manage the Transatlantic Aerospace and Defense Committee, and we're looking to facilitate, support, and foster transatlantic cooperation in defense.
Great.
Paul Nell, Agility Corp., Managing Director of the International Crisis Division. That means we do everything from physical security, contingency logistics, rapid deployment, construction. That's my division.
Colonel Tom Woods, JPAC Strategy Deputy, and here to learn some more.
Moritz von Holz, U.S. Commercial Service, Munich. That's at the American Consulate General in Munich, and I'm specialist for aerospace and defense, helping U.S. aerospace and defense firms get access to the German market.
Thank you. I'm Mike Phillips. I'm a country desk officer for Kosovo and Montenegro, representing Southeast Europe branch. Just keeping an open mind. Southeast Europe has a lot of interesting and unique challenges and shortfalls and requirements, so we're just kind of sensing what other possibilities might be out there. Good.
I'm Theodore von Hohenstaufenau. I'm with Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and I brought 11 companies with me to this event today. And my interest is in helping my defense companies gain access to greater FMS and just connect with EUCOM.
Great. Mike Evans, I'm from the Logistics Directorate here at EUCOM, specifically oversee the Humanitarian Assistance Program, and so here to see if there's any linkages or anything that
Judith Reed, I'm here at EUCOM. I do defense institution building in the J5, and I like public-private cooperation. It's all good stuff.
Whitney Myers with the McAllen Group, represent a diverse group of 6 different companies operating in special operations training, all the way through to intel training and security training.
Dave Goen, I work at EUCOM J5 and I do Defense Institute building also.
Great.
Sean Abel with F1 Public Sector. Basically what we're doing, for the COCOMs, NATO, and the UN throughout EMEA is basically with their SharePoint portals, also other collaboration platforms. A big part of that is how do you do that in the secure environments, how do you do that in coalition environments, basically what content is worked on, how it's seen, and how it's distributed.
My name is Alexander Kröller. I'm the account manager within T-Systems Deutsche Telekom for the Department of Defense in the US government. We're doing all the commercial data services for you, secure LML NATO circuits from Germany to the world, and also commercial phone services, T-Mobile services, etc. It seems that I'm the only one German company here.
So far, we're not around the table yet, but yes.
Hi, I'm Dave Patterson. I work in EUCOM J7, the Analysis and Assessments Directorate, small directorate. My role there is to help provide some tools or capabilities to pull information together into a data warehouse and provide some visual reports to make analysis.
Great, thank you. Maybe we can go right back to this gentleman.
Sorry, excuse me, I kind of lost my voice over the last couple of days, but Jason with IBM Global Business Services. Managed account that includes AFRICOM and EUCOM, and just interest in security cooperation program here.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll be back.
My name is Scott Bialy. I'm with HDT Global, and we're here just to see what opportunities come in the future, and hopefully we can help find a solution for that.
My name's John Fay. I lead the knowledge management efforts here at EUCOM. Our role is to try to help people to have the right level of understanding, shared situational awareness, to affect collaboration, to support decision making. And since SC is a primary mission of EUCOM, I felt the best to participate here.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm Sandra Sherman. I'm at EUCOM J5 in Security Cooperation and Partnering Division. I'm responsible for the mill-to-mill engagement plan that we do with 22 of our developing countries within our area of responsibility. So we do traditional activities usually with our arms, components, and services. So a good opportunity to see what could be out there for solutions as well.
Pat Knight, Security Cooperation and Partnering. We just changed the name. We just reorganized. Anyway, I'm the chief of the Education and Training branch. We oversee the execution and management of all international training. And I'm here to learn.
Great.
Listen and learn.
Thanks.
Keith Keller, I just recently retired from EUCOM here at the U.S. Air Force. I was previously the Deputy Chief of the Missile Defense Division in the J5. Now I would say independent consultant in integrated air and missile defense and C4ISR. We have a new startup company called Europa Strategies I'm working with as well.
Based here in Europe, where are you at?
In Europe, yeah, actually in several countries in Europe. We have our colleagues that are kind of distributed in Eastern Europe and Central Europe.
Good afternoon. I'm Andy Cox from International Business Development, Lockheed Martin. My primary focus is actually domestic. However, I'm one of the few of the 116,000 of us who's done a lot of work with NATO. The reason I'm here is I want to make sure that the rest of those 116,000 kind of understand where EUCOM is going, understand your priorities, understand what kind of things you're looking at in terms of building partner capabilities so that we can be a little bit more introspective about what we offer.
You know, I didn't want to do this until you started giving the ad, so I'm from Deloitte. Chuck Wall used to be stationed here. I have a lot of colleagues here. With Deloitte from U.S. And Deloitte is like the Marine Corps in size. We're actually bigger, 200,000 people, 145 countries, and $30 billion. But the reason I mention that is one of our major areas of contribution to the DoD is business practices, where most of our Deloitte is commercial. And most of you in here in some way are probably a client or a colleague of us in some way. I know both of you are. But I think the interest I have is, first of all, I think this is the new world. Security cooperation is a big part of what we're going to do to make sure we build partnerships. And number two is we actually have the largest import-export FCPA ITAR practice in the world out of London that Deloitte has. And this is an area of big concern for us, so thank you.
Bart Waldman, also with Deloitte Consulting. Count among our clients EUCOM and DSCA, and I'm looking to get feedback and contribute to discussions around the intersection of TSC and FMS.
My name is Chris Griffin. I'm with CAST Technologies, a U.S. firm, but I actually live in Budapest, Hungary. And really, I mean, security cooperation is a big part of our business, if not directly, then secondary. And so I just want to learn what's going on, find the companies that we can partner with and understand what EUCOM, what their future holds.
Great. You speak again?
Not very much.
George Judd with CAST Technologies as well. I'm based out of the U.S. and thanks to Theodora and the Valet program, Virginia, we're here. Our background is in acquisition engineering and business case cost analysis. And so we're here to learn more about what EUCOM is looking at and just throw out the idea, what I'd like to get out of this is throw out the idea that we hear that everybody wants a lot of good ideas, but good ideas without a pocketbook that comes with it is a dream. And so you can put those dreams on the wall, but you've got to think through the cost associated with it, and it's not always monetary. It's people, process, technology, all those things. And that's what we do as a business. So it's interesting to hear the perspective of what people are looking for and need, but the discussion's got to wrap around really the whole dotted up yet and what the costs are. So interesting to discuss that one. Sure.
I'm Stan Prushinsky. I used to be the ODC chief in Warsaw, Poland. Got hired by Sikorsky about 5 years ago. Personally, I'm responsible for all sales, commercial sales that is, in the Russian Federation, and then the military sales in Central and Eastern Europe. We've invested about $125 million in a plant where we build Blackhawks. So we build them in two places, one in Connecticut, one in Poland. And I figured that since this is in EUCOM's AOR, we'll never sell a Blackhawk here without EUCOM being aware, or Department of State and all the other government agencies. I ought to be here.
My name is Bob Pizzini. I work for a California-based company with offices in Virginia Beach called R3 Strategic Support Group. I'm one of Theodora's 11 Virginia companies represented here today. And we develop and advance programs of record, staff and programmatic level support, mainly within the special operations realm, but also at the federal, state, and local level. And a .mil-PF approach is part of how we conduct our operations. And more specifically, counter IED and countering IEDs, developing programs of record that are enduring is one of our sweet spots right now. So we're here, we have a lot of clients in the U.S., and we're here to expand our opportunities in Europe and NATO.
Great, thank you. Did I miss anyone? Did somebody come in? We good? Everybody's accounted for? Thank you all. I think that we can see that from a startup organization to the Lockheed Martins and the Deloittes, we have a pretty wide representative group here and some German companies as well, the European content as well as EUCOM. So I think we have an excellent body to discuss the topic at hand. And in order to frame what that topic is, security cooperation is diplomacy in action. And I'm not a professor, but what I would like to ask is maybe somebody from the EUCOM side and maybe somebody from the industry side to just briefly give a synopsis of what security cooperation means to you. Somebody from EUCOM can start, and then we'll ask somebody from the industry side to talk. We know that security cooperation are government assistance. If you can just expand a little bit on what that means here at EUCOM, maybe we can start the conversation off.
So specifically within the mill-to-mill program that we do, or security cooperation, I guess, at large, because we divide up in security cooperation, security assistance, building partner capacity, building partner capability, these words that we use sometimes interchangeably, sometimes in confusion, but really to what point do you cross over those lines of doing that. But a lot of it too is we engage in these activities so that we can meet U.S. strategic objectives within these countries to advance our partner nations from that perspective in assisting U.S. requirements. We do all types of, from training and equipping to individual types of activity in order to be able to influence as well.
And do you find, and maybe it's a question for the audience, do you find that the industry contacts that you have understand that that's exactly what you're trying to achieve, objectives for a country? Or do you think that there's a bit of a misconception on the part of industry about what security cooperation is and how they can influence it or not?
And that might be somebody that works more along the FMS side of the house, because for our activities, we usually, like I said, utilize the traditional components and those types of things, and not so much industry in meeting this. But all of us, based on our strategy that we have, are working toward the theater goals as well as the country strategic objectives into specific areas, and then perhaps some, if any industry participates in that. But from my perspective, unfortunately, I don't have any industry interface to have any solutions that we work with.
With regard to training, they're very responsive. I mean, the industry is very responsive when we ask them for something. But as far as purchasing things, and I can't address that part of it yet.
We'll get into it. Maybe I can ask somebody from the industry side.
Just a couple comments, kind of both ways here a little bit, but I think industry is actually pretty savvy about the reason for security cooperation, and it runs the gamut. It runs from the Lockheeds or Raytheons or whatever on missile defense to all the way down to boots and bullets for training, for that matter. And I think the industry folks we worked with when I was in now, since I've been out, have a very good understanding of that. Now their objective is profit, no doubt about it. But they also understand what the mission objectives are very, very well. And an example of that would be, the military folks, all good folks, by the way. When I was here, our foreign military sales folks, FMF and ODCs, are all good Americans, well-meaning. But that's not what they always did for a living. And so we had a case of Algeria, for example, wanted to buy some of our equipment. That was when Africa was still in our AOR. And it had to do with a moving target indicator radar on an airplane. And the Navy said no, because they were worried that the Algerians were going to sneak up on the U.S. Navy and catch them. And these were military folks, well-meaning, meant well. And the SACU at the time was Jim Jones. And Jim couldn't get it through the process. Actually, I talked to the desk officer for the releasability of the Pentagon, young Navy commander, and he said, no, not going to do it. So come to find out, when Jim was talking to me, he said, why wouldn't you release this technology? It's not a big deal. It's kind of available other places, by the way, on the market at probably 95% capability. He said, you'll see all the Navy ships in the Med.
He said, you know how many ships we haven't met? We have one, it's called the LaSalle, it's sitting in port down in Naples. And so we as a group need to be much better at that. And I think we can be. And the reason is, I think for a lot of reasons, one, we need partnership capacity, and we need to retain the U.S. industrial base and technology advantages we have. And I think that's a big issue for us. And there's a lot of work being done, as you know, on reform, but my 2 cents.
Thank you. As we're working through, let's start talking about some of the key issues, both from the government side and from the industry side, that we see in dealing with the European area of operation in security cooperation. Just to frame the discussion a little bit, EUCOM gets, to use 1206 as an example, EUCOM gets approximately $100 million a year. A couple of years ago, that program was slated to go completely away. With continued operations in ISAF, that program was extended, and in fact, it went from 75 million to 100 million, as some of you are well aware. That's going to go away again. So in terms of what we're trying to accomplish in really the new NATOs, the new Eastern European countries, which are the most likely recipients of those types of funds, our efforts at diplomatic action through a security cooperation program, we're going to have $100 million fewer points on the board, if you will, to achieve United States goals and objectives. And so when we start talking about key issues, funding obviously can be one of them. EUCOM itself will have less money. They'll have less personnel. Industry, we've heard today may downsize, or it needs to downsize. I think the statement was made. How do we interact from EUCOM to industry, amongst industry, to achieve United States policy objectives, and while at the same time on the industry side, we're here because of profit. I hear very frequently in my weekly calls, go get money. This is, on the industry side, that it's about money. There's analysts on Wall Street that are looking at every one of our public firms anyway, and the smaller ones, it's probably even more important. Go get cash. And so as we're talking about public-private partnerships, I don't think there's anybody from industry in the room that would not do something in a collaborative fashion with EUCOM in a non-contractual way, with the idea behind it that eventually, with closer cooperation, they will uncover something that they can go after that will bring in cash. So at the end of the day, the budgets are going to drive it. And maybe if we can just kind of talk through some of the issues that you see in security cooperation in Europe. If somebody'd like to start off, it'd be great.
I can throw out one idea. It's the DCS FMS difference. And direct commercial sales, when we sell directly to a country from our company or your company, and foreign military sales when you sell through the ODCs. I've seen this kind of go in different directions in my time in the Army. There were some directors of DSCA who were focused on trying to cover FMS desk officers, ODCs, trying to cover both FMS and DCS. Others were focused more on FMS. But I can tell you personally that there's a Venn diagram where the interests of industry, making money, making the sale, a sale of equipment, of training, of support, where those Venn diagrams link up totally with U.S. EUCOM's command strategy for a particular country. And there are times when countries go one direction or the other based on a variety of needs, on a variety of experience and maturity. But to me, when I think some ODCs and some desk officers don't understand that DCS actually gets a U.S. product into their hands. And if you can get that product into their hands, I will tell you it's not as good as FMS, because I saw what happened in Poland when they bought $4 billion worth of F-16s. And we had, Polish officers and generals going east, and U.S. officers going west, U.S. officers and generals going east, and we had total integration, and it was amazing what happened to that Air Force. But if you can get a U.S. product on the ground via DCS and U.S. trainers, and where that takes you, the interoperability sides with the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force, it's worth a lot. So when I hear people saying, oh, that's DCS, that's not our area, it doesn't seem to support what you're trying to do in EUCOM.
Well, another piece, backing out just slightly on the biggest picture, we're very interested in the interoperability piece, of course, across. How do we take that on after 1206 is not going to completely go away, but we'll have to fight a little harder for probably to get that. But there's other venues out there, and that's where we've got to make sure we're on the same sheet of music, which we do with our country plans, which you guys are so intimately involved with. But we're going to look at, obviously, U.S. interests. We're going to look at that bilateral relationship and how we can also meet other objectives we have that are common interests, like NATO objectives, NATO goals, the NATO Blue Books, at the same time. So if that, heinous example, but I use it fairly often, if they say, I want fourth-generation fighters right now, and we're looking at them, they can't field a field kitchen.
Right.
There's a disconnect. So are we working with the NATO force goals, making sure that the ambassador and his team is on board with whatever we're trying to do with that country? But what we also, I think, can emphasize and get a little more leverage out of is a regional approach. And so if multiple countries are in the area are purchasing similar things, whether it's Joint Strike Fighters or it's System X with the maintenance contract, it potentially could be good for industry rather than having to make all those individual, commercial contracts, just country to country. Can we help influence that maybe on a regional basis through DSCA or whoever that is, where it's a win-win for everybody. They get a better deal. It isn't having to necessarily hang on the U.S. for that building part of capacity. Once that capacity is built in a regional setting, they can have more regional areas of security and mutual support rather than us having to be completely involved. But it's also good for us for the interoperability side. So it can be a huge win-win, maybe not terribly specific. I don't know how deep you're looking for. But
no, that's great.
Sir, if I could build on that a little bit. Security cooperation really is about us helping European countries do more of the right things the right way so we can do a little bit less. And protecting, European interests and security. The biggest issue is not only our own declining funding, but the declining defense spending of our NATO and European allies and partners and friends. And I think that goes hand in hand with decreasing funding across the board, domestically and internationally. The need to spend the money that we do have more wisely, more efficiently. The regional approach is key, and we don't really have much of a mechanism. Right next door, they're talking about something that we spend a lot of time thinking about and struggling with, disaster response. It's a hugely discombobulated, uncoordinated. We see EU doing things, we see UNHCR and other folks doing things, we see NATO doing things with the ARDCC. We're doing bilateral things, one-on-one with countries. And you could probably go right down the effort of multiple different areas. Soft development is a big issue for NATO because NATO is going to get smaller, and with that they should become more lethal in key areas. So I completely agree, sir. The regional approach is lacking in a big way.
If I could, as my colleague eloquently stated, we have a profit motive, but I would also say that I am fairly confident that no one at Patch Barracks has a clue in the 16 EUCOM countries that I currently have or I'm in the process of finalizing a direct commercial sale, that they have no clue what's going on, nor how that fits in the EUCOM strategy, which probably goes to saying that there needs to be a better forum. Not that it would, because obviously we have to get TAAs and DSP-5s. So that's taken care of. But before we go down this road, does it make sense for me to do it? And then how can you, at the COCOM level, leverage what I'm doing to maximize the U.S. government distinct interest, which hopefully they're the same as mine, but they should be a little bit more expansive. So the idea that we taught seems to have been alien for a long time. We were horrible contractors that couldn't be talked to without two lawyers in a room. And for the most part, that didn't bad because, you know, you guys don't have good lawyers. We have good lawyers. You know, we're getting Harvard and Yale, and you're getting off the back of the matchbooks. So our lawyers are always better than yours. But at the end of the day, we aren't your enemies. And we are not, you know, we have a profit motive, but it's mutually shared interest for a profit motive.
Well, to that end, I want to add on what Paul just said in terms of the communication aspect of things. I do think that there has been a great lack of communication between the private sector and, again, the companies that I work with on a daily basis. They want to become part of that conversation because we have such a wealth of amazing companies that do services and manufacture goods, but how do they even come to the table? And how are they going to be able to help make suggestions when they hear what your issues are? If you have an issue in Kosovo or Montenegro, and they could have the perfect solution, but they're never going to know what that issue is, how do we truly begin that dialogue outside of this room right here? How do we take it to an action?
I think it's, first of all, we all know the profit margin issue. But I think it's unfair to say that, and you didn't mean this, and you kind of implied a little bit, but I think it's unfair to say that any of us that were in the military for 35, 25, whatever, don't still care a lot about our country and our success. And I will tell you, at Deloitte, and I'm sure I bet it's the same to all your companies we're from. There's a big emphasis on the fact that we're really supposed to help our clients. It makes us feel pretty good about it. Now, obviously, your company going under doesn't make you feel very good. But I think that's part of what's missing right now. And we went through this with Ash Carter and others. The Better Buying Car 1.0 or 2.0 later was well-meaning, but there was an implication that industry was ripping off the government. That is total baloney. You know, and I think we can make this cooperation happen. EUCOM can make it happen with us and vice versa. Let's be real. You know, there's a profit motive, I get it. But it's not just profit. You know, everybody sitting in here cares about the U.S. success. All of us.
Well stated.
Can I piggyback on that? Just from a market research perspective, I agree with you. I just want to come at it a different way, which is if you're in business, you're only going to survive if you meet the customer's need, and you know this. And that's what market research is identifying the customer need. And the more you can hear that, the closer you can get to it. The closer you get to relationship marketing, the more ideal the situation is. So how do we get to relationship marketing and still have the necessary barriers and distance in place that we need for sales that you guys are talking about?
It only takes one of us to screw up the rules, and we all suffer.
Right.
And I've talked to some of the folks here. I mean, I'm going through it too. You get nervous. A contractor comes in, you kind of answer, you're doing the right thing. What a terrible relationship. You know, it's imperative. That part's on us in the business side is to show the integrity part.
Well, the goodness that's been demonstrated by the SPP, the State Partnership Program, is because they already are in industry in those states and come over to those countries and bring all kinds of things to the table. So we know there's tremendous benefits to having industry take a look. We just have it built in with our guardsmen that come in and reservists that mostly guardsmen, but that come in and take a look, and they're bringing all kinds of great ideas because they're actually out solving that problem at home somewhere or maybe in another country. And so we know the goodness is there, but it's, you know, the fear of the unknown. Without the lawyer standing next to you, I'm sure, you know, I don't know how you deal with that, you know, at the country level. You must get those kind of contacts.
The Kosovo State Partnership Program is an interesting, very new SPP program. It's been, 2.5 years since it got started. And what Iowa, the Adjutant General, has done that's unique is he and the governor of Iowa have taken a whole of government, whole of Kosovo approach. And through, you know, we in the Department of Defense, we have limited things we can spend our money on in the SPP program. And that's pretty much bring guard guys over to do military training. But Iowa, as a unique example, found state monies, private investors. They brought over the Iowa Chamber of Commerce. They're hosting the Kosovo Chamber of Commerce visit back to Iowa, and they're facilitating a lot of business-to-business interaction that is outside of our scope and even outside of our visibility to an extent.
So how can other states get involved in something like that? Because Virginia would say, sign me up.
Yeah, absolutely. I would first start talking with your tag, would probably be the first step. And I would say, well, we need to continue to further mature the Iowa case study. I don't know, I don't have visibility on all the other state
Well, some of
partner
them are
programs.
over 20-year relationships
Yeah.
that have been going on.
If you look in
Maryland's-
Georgia,
Maryland's
Georgia
been
and
doing it.
Georgia
Yeah, and
are
Maryland's been
also
doing it with
partnered.
Estonia, and they're around the corner from you. They're
That's
easy to get.
been since, I want to say 99,
Yeah.
2000.
I think there might be some benefit, and this is something that UCOM maybe could do internally, sort of, is look at some of the best practices for state to state, whole of government, whole of state, whole of government approaches. Because I think there's a few programs that work
Built-in
really
continuity
well.
industry, which is nice already, that exists.
Can I ask a quick question about that? When you spoke of the Iowa example, is that based on the fact that the state of Iowa committed funding and
Yeah.
resources to focus on that energy?
The success of the Iowa State Partner Program has almost nothing to do with UCOM. It is 100% an extremely motivated tag, an extremely motivated governor. They got excited about this. For them, it was new. Our SPPs go on, they've been going on for years, but Coastal was a new and unique opportunity. It was well matched to the Iowa Agrarian Societies, farming, agriculture, those type of things. There are a lot of natural nuances that has worked well, but I think taking a best case business practices approach of where are we hitting, doing particularly well in different areas, and building some case studies and holding that up as an example and linking in with other chambers of commerces and State Department and whatnot.
The other thing that offers, and I think probably it's Afghanistan has been a plug against UCOM, but in terms of your security cooperation metrics, when I see the roll-up that goes up to Congress each month, UCOM uses numerics to measure effectiveness. You know, how many MTTs, how many, you know, it's numerical based. I work in all the COCOMs, and I would tell you that that is not particularly accurate and anecdotal. An MTT shows up. In many cases, we're there on a persistent basis. The host country, 2 days ahead of time, they get reminded. They go out and they round up 25 people, put them in a room. They do the MTT, and the latest one was an Intel MTT. None of those guys that were in the room actually were Intel people, but you know that it was a metric that said, "Yep, we did this." In terms of capacity and capability, there are good measures. If you look at the GPOI metrics that have been built to measure countries, there's about 27 different measures. Yeah, and are based on UN standards. That, to me, is a much better valuation of how you spend your 1206 and 1208 dollars than just numbers of events that occur. Just an observation from looking at it across the board. You can do better measuring. And then you see what you're getting for your money.
I would just like to make a comment also. We had the comment made about the DCS versus FMS. One of the models that we've seen is that when a country buys something FMS, a piece of hardware, a lot of times in terms of the life cycle costs, that's following a Gillette model where you might get the razor, and 2 free razor blades for $4.95, and for the rest of your life you pay $25 for what in our terms are logistics, sustainment of that piece, which a lot of times ends up being FMS cases. So when you encounter resistance on the DCS side, and I've encountered it myself, I've also encountered that there's some resistance to assist. What we don't understand is that we're going to supply, quite a bit of logistical services and training for many, many years. And it's just a comment to piggyback off of what you're saying, but I think it plays in this environment.
One of the things that, just one comment, I'll get out of here, but, so the reform is coming on ITAR. It's happened. I mean, we've all seen it. It's going to be pretty tremendous, actually. And the onus is going to be almost 100% on the contractor not to screw this up. Because the issue is to try to make it easy on all of us, you know? And invariably, somebody will do something stupid because they just can't stand it. And, you know, we talked about 130,000, 200,000. I mean, there's a lot of people out there. And it's going to be looking like the government made a dumb idea. And actually, they're trying to help all of us. And, you know, I mean, I was, you know, some have contact with their CEOs, et cetera, here, some don't. But when that passes, yeah, I'm not sure how long it'll take, but somebody will be selfish and greedy and they'll screw it up. But we're getting there.
I have a question for us. There are a couple of items here that Mike had put down that maybe we could address as a group. And they're interesting. They're interesting to me from the industry side. I hadn't thought of one. The two questions. The first is, how is industry currently helping EUCOM meet theater objectives? The second one, which is the more interesting to me, is how is industry preventing EUCOM from meeting theater objectives? Maybe we can, maybe please.
And it goes back to something Judy said earlier about meeting the needs of your customer. My question would be, and it comes to the first question, it is, how do you, EUCOM, articulate your theater security cooperation plans to us? So that I mean, is it classified? Is it not classified? How do I see it? Because I can't help you if you can't tell me. I know that's a big issue that we have in the States with some of the combatant commands who we talk about gap analysis and stuff. Well, it's great, but they can't tell us because they're classified. And so I can't help you because now I'm reading between the lines, and in this environment, I got so much money in internal research and development that I want to make it count. I want to make it count, but I can only make it count if you kind of show me what's your problems.
And so that's an interesting take. I'm on my third iteration of revising country cooperation plans for my areas. Most of our CCPs are unclassified. We can share. We try to keep them at the FOUL. Some of them have to have classified annexes when we get into SOF and other things. But I don't think we've ever had a single discussion in the J5 about how do we look at all of our partners, and we do great within the military structure. We have some very specific implementation conferences and whatnot. And even if we did, the CCPs generally are designed to have a pretty wide range span of, these are all the things that we could do in the country. This is probably the sweet spot, but we don't want to turn off the stuff on the periphery that could help. So we're continually getting better at how we view what we want the CCP to do and to not do for us. But principally the tool of the CCP is to point the general direction for a country team, and to help justify us getting FMF and IMED and other funding sources. The harder challenges, I think, for the contractors is getting the attention and the time of the ODCs, who really take this kind of broad brush, go this way, and they turn it into their detailed action plan of how their country team's going to approach the security cooperation challenge for their particular needs.
I think that feeds right back into the lack of communication. And so at the point in time when there's that disconnect between industry and EUCOM communicating whether it's what the CCP is or how the ODCs are going to implement what the CCP is, that seems to be the shortcoming. How are we going to bridge that communication?
But even beyond that, though, the CCPs are so intentionally written a wide range span. Even if you had full access to everything, classified and unclassified pieces,
how do you make it
I don't think you'd be able to say, okay, well, this is where I can, my particular country and services can fit right here to fit that niche, because the CCPs are designed not to be that detailed.
Well, and part of it too, the CCPs, when you think about it, it's really a dissemination. But perhaps what we could change here, starting today, it's not dissemination, it's a collaboration. Dissemination is one way, collaboration is two way. We'll do things.
Yeah, it's a good point. And a lot of, and this I guess would be a question, that I would ask you. I've been into, you're operating in the Balkans. I've been in, I own a property in the Balkans. I spend a lot of time down there. And I know some of the ODCs very, very well. And unless I'm in their office, I don't get access to that.
Exactly.
And to take it, to twist it slightly, I'm also in front of the MODs and the generals who are operating with ISAF more often than they are.
Right.
And when I come into that office, I'm giving them more information than they're giving me.
Yeah.
And so I'm facilitating conversations for them that I know something that the generals are going to do, and I end up inviting the ODC to that meeting with me. And together there ends up being, now we're collaborating. And in that environment, that's where I've seen success with 1206, with FMF, with I'm not trying to interject myself into a process where I don't belong, which is the things that you're doing. But I'm not, from an industry perspective, unless I'm right in front of them, and these are people I know, that information is not given to me.
Well, in the CCP, the name P is kind of misleading. It's not a plan, really. It's more country cooperation guidance. It's probably more descriptive of what that document really is. And you're right, it's the access to the ODCs, because they're the ones actually developing the plan and starting to identify this is the specific capacity, this is the specific capability or tool that I want, the Montenegrin Armed Forces or Croatia or whomever else to develop, to build, to buy. We at EUCOM don't get into that kind of detail, and I think that's what most of you guys need to start, really developing your proposals and really getting into the meat of how and where can we plug in to best help.
There was a question over here.
Yeah, well, with regard to the ODCs, I mean, maybe it's just the experience that I've had, but I suspect it's pretty common, is that there's also not an inherent consistency, I think, in what the ODCs perceive as the role of industry on the ground. And I don't think that variation is because the circumstances on the ground are varied and therefore they need to have a different answer. I think it frankly is not well percolating down that industry is a part of implementing the CCP and how the ODCs embrace that as part of a tool. I mean, I experience in everything from clearly an important part of the fabric and structure to do security cooperation, all the way to, oh my God, he's just some arms dealer who wants me to hawk his wares, and I don't have time for this. And you get everything in between. And I saw it on both sides of the fence because I was ODC, but I think it really speaks to a cultural acceptance that industry is part, even in collaborating and creating the CCP, and then all the way down to the tactical level, which is the ODC from a EUCOM perspective. And I don't know that that's very consistent.
If I could add something to that. Having written the CCPs for integrated air and missile defense within EUCOM previously, there was most of these CCPs and everything, even in a thing like air and missile defense, which contractors have a huge stake in what goes on there, they're written from the guidance that comes from above, so like the guidance for the employment of the force and other joint staff guidance and the overarching national security strategy and things of that nature. So the plan itself, at least during my time at EUCOM, I think this goes still today, there never was any emphasis or even discussion much about whether industry should have access to something like that or that it should be used to guide industry. What the purpose of those plans were and remain to be really is to provide guidance to the elements of the COCOM, whether that's the components or whether that's the ODCs or whether that's even related organizations that might be involved, whether it's state or DITR or anything else, to collaborate with them. It was never, the purpose and never really much thought. In fact, it was almost the opposite end of the coin, which is there's anathema within a COCOM to have anything to do with contractors. And I tried to set up personally meetings for certain contractors that would come in. And if you get up to the GO level, there's almost a fear of dealing with them because of the conflict of interest issue. And the generals don't want to get too much involved with that. So it gets relegated to the staffs. And if you're lucky enough as a contractor to even have a meeting within the COCOM, in the end, it's like walking on eggshells with the government folks, because in fact, the COCOM is not the one that is going to make the decision on the contracts or disseminate the dollars. As General Wald said, it's the components or it's even the developers that do that. So they may have better access down there sometimes. And as far as the ODCs are concerned, I was air attaché in Austria and Slovenia. I worked with the ODCs, and that's really where the rubber meets the road. It's really only in the ODCs that if you get the right ODC chief, and he understands that it is their job as part of the country team to facilitate the access of U.S. business in that country, it's not a conflict of interest, that you're probably not going to get joy. And only the contractors that have a forward presence and have a relationship with people like the ODCs and the embassies are probably going to find out or figure out what the CCPs are, or they're going to find out what the objectives of the country team are in the country. So it's not organized, it's hit and miss. And so if what you want to do is suggest that there should be a collaborative mechanism between the COCOMs and the components in industry. I mean, I worked in industry before I came in the Air Force, and I'm all for it, and I was a proponent of it in missile defense. I set up an Allied BMD upgrade conference in Berlin with 8 NATO allies. I wanted to invite industry there, but it was denied because of the fear that policymakers could not speak freely, and that at that level, where we had general officers talking about policy, that then industry would somehow come in and muck up the works because they're all there for the profit motive, et cetera, et cetera. In reality, of course, we at the COCOM and anywhere else can do nothing in integrated air and missile defense without a close working partnership with industry, because they're the ones that build the missile defense systems, the command and control, the ISR, everything goes up with it. So, you know, I would just, my 2 cents is, yeah, it would be great if you could establish such a process with the COCOM, because it would further all of our goals in the government and outside the government. You know, heretofore, about the only way to get it done is you have to actually be proactive yourself and almost force your foot in the door through the embassy to get any action.
Any response on that from EUCOM staff?
One more comment.
Please.
Truth in advertising. I was at EUCOM. I was actually assigned here in a former life. I was Jim Jones's, when Jim was the J3, I was his deputy J3 for 2 long, miserable years. And
I'll mention that to Jim.
yeah,
See him tomorrow, so I'll tell him you're
I mean, he beat the crap out of us.
Tell us how you
I
feel
can't
about
imagine
that,
Jim
Paul.
Jones beating the crap out of anybody, to tell you the truth.
Well, he was
But I'll
gone.
tell him for you.
He was gone all the time. He was down with snuffy all the time. So, but anyway, those 2 years, and I don't know if the rules have changed internally, but for both the EUCOM ambassadors and EUCOM ODC conference, one day industry was invited in.
That's true.
And you
I
were
remember
here.
this.
Yeah, we actually had one day with the ambassadors and one day with the ODCs. You could do a pitch. You had 15 minutes if you wanted to do a pitch of here's what we do and here's where we do it. And you basically made yourself available for the ODCs to ask questions about what do you do, what can you do. I don't know that anybody ever got in any trouble for doing that. And for the most part, the people who come to those from industry are ex-military guys. And you know, nobody's out to, again, as Chuck said, nobody's going to, we're all, you know, still ex-military, former military, and we kind of stay that way. So I don't know if that's even doable anymore.
It's not.
Please.
Part of it gets me back to what might be missing there is the commander's intent to the ODC chiefs. And that, I always love to recommend another director do some work, but that might be, because he facilitates Industry Day and also the trade shows, that Mr. Ryan might want to sponsor that either through DCOM or to the commander himself. You know, obviously he took enough time to make a video, and his time is impossible. So he obviously cares about this whole concept, or he wouldn't be doing it. But I'm not sure that intent has really been delivered to the ODC chiefs, of which we have a direct line to them, obviously, because they all ultimately work for the fund.
There's another vehicle here for it's a little more difficult, but it's doable, and it goes back to talking about the commander, whoever, but you know, Phil, our General Breedlove goes to the combatant commanders conferences, and they're asked for topics. And frankly, I mean, we took this on a couple times when we were over here on foreign military sales and ITAR, et cetera. And there's a vehicle for the commander to articulate the fact that he's being encumbered of executing his theater, you know, plan and promoting what we're all talking about by cooperation, helping our industrial base, which the economy is part of the issue, and have that articulated as an issue for him, that he feels encumbered by the bureaucracy, and have answers about all the different concerns generally. But that's what has to happen. We can't do this in here. You can't do it. You guys at the directorate level aren't going to be able to make this change. You can do individual things, but unless the commander takes this on as an issue, and I think that's probably one of the things you ought to tell Mike, is that the consensus is there needs to be attention paid to this from the better interest of America on FMS, FMF, or direct sales, whatever the case may be.
Any comments on how industry is hindering or preventing EUCOM from achieving its or meeting its theater objectives? That one didn't get any takers the first time.
The biggest way we're hindering is every time we do something that's irregular or unethical or something. Nobody in here has ever done that. But that's what happens. You know, the government then puts some barriers up. They don't trust it. They think we can't be trusted. And that's the biggest issue. I mean, it's usually when something weird changes in the government to make things either harder or whatever, it's because somebody did something irregular. And probably not policing ourselves is probably the biggest thing.
I'd like to add to that. You know, one of the things we heard this morning, I forget what the number was, but the number of protests that are out there on any contracts that are awarded. Right. So, I mean, we work with contracting officers quite a bit, and again, I think it was with the Carter memo of the professionalization of the contractor workforce, which I have seen an absolute decline in knowledge, skill, and ability over these past few years, like you can't believe. But the big issue is when people protest contract awards, that makes contracting officers and legal even more afraid to do anything. So we go out, so we've got this vicious cycle going now where they're afraid to get contractors involved in anything because they don't want any information out there that's going to risk of more protest. But the reason there's more protest today is because requirements that are put out there are absolutely abysmal. The documents are poorly written. They're difficult to respond to in any coherent manner to identify the true costs or to evaluate reasonableness and realism, which is supposed to be the basis for an award. Even if it's the lowest price technically acceptable, somebody's got to evaluate reasonableness and realism. So our perspective is people that are identifying requirements, you need to take the time to get them more specific. You've got to take the time to nail down exactly what you want, how you want it responded back so everybody responds back the same way so you actually can compare apples to apples in the source selection. And that's going to reduce the chance of protests. But again, we're in this vicious cycle with contracting officers right now because they're afraid of a protest.
Well, but some of the expertise to do that correctly is still in industry and not necessarily so great inside the DoD.
And what's interesting, when the memo first came out about professionalizing the acquisition corps, that's when they dumped all the contractor support, the contracting shops, and they insourced it. And you're seeing a direct result of that today. I think you go back to, you need to get more consultative services into the contracting shops and the legal shops. As you mentioned, the corporate lawyers are way better than the government lawyers to advise them on what's reality and what's not. Now keep in mind those people will be OCI'd for bidding everything on things, so your bigger companies are out of the loop on that. But that's where the largest problem that we see across the more large systems commands that we support. They don't have the right staff to know how to issue contracts, put them on the street, have them written clearly, have them able to be evaluated appropriately, source selection plans, all that type of stuff. So that the technical representatives really can do their technical analysis really find the best value and the best cost and get something awarded on the street. Because if it's done right, they throw protests out immediately if the whole contracting action was done appropriately.
I think part of the problem there too with requirements, definitions, and how they're dealt, because the follow-on is, there are cases and things of that nature.
Yes.
But this is where the heart of the problem, resides. In the requirements definition process, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's not a collaborative process.
And it can be. And it absolutely, there's nothing that says that you can't collaborate with industry on requirements as long as you share that information with everybody.
DOD is probably the worst. I've got Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, which is the best, Department of State in the middle. DOD is terrible in terms of sending out requirements ahead of time. Justice will send out a draft RFP or statement of work to all of the industry partners and say, write on this, collaborate here. Then we'll all get together in a room and say, hey, is this really what you mean? Is this really what you want?
Right.
Then they will republish a second draft of the statement of work. And we'll comment on that. And then finally the RFP comes out so that when you bid on it and you win it and you execute it, both you and the customer are happy. Because nothing frustrates, and Greg and I were talking about this a lot, nothing frustrates a customer worse than have it executed exactly as he has written it down, and then it's not really what he wanted.
91 months later.
Yeah, 91 months later, he gets exactly what he asked for, and he didn't realize that's what he was asking for. And there's nothing more frustrating, both industry, because we, again, we repeat business, and we want a happy customer, and the customer who's spent a lot of money, and now he's not got what he wants. And that's very, very frustrating.
This is excellent, and this is, I think, where we're trying to get in terms of this room and this group is, we talked a lot about the industry and government, and that's all good, but where can we collaborate that we have mutual interest? And needs identification, requirements, delineation, and of course you guys can help a whole lot with that, and we have to then open up the pathway to be able to hear it. So what other kinds of ideas do we have that we can collaborate on that's mutually beneficial to both of us, that has, that moves everybody forward?
Collaborate with, as we did in Deloitte, was we had with Industry Day that we worked through 18L with, excuse me, and got approval, and there were 40 people from industry and 40 from the government. And when we developed a simulation, because the problem is you can't talk about real things, right?
Right.
And it was a simulated acquisition of a helicopter called a Polecat. Interesting. But they spent a day and a half going through role-playing on both sides and able to ask questions about, what do you really mean there? Is that stupid or what? Or what are you asking us? And it was a fair chance for people to actually ask questions because they really do want to know. There's just this, sensitivity about stepping over your bounds. So this is a little bit like that, but it's, you may want to consider, or I guess EUCOM, having a process there at some point where you do a simulation and ask all the hard questions to each other and point fingers a little bit because you get over some of the reality.
If I could add something here about the fact that we're talking about two different types of processes. As a former acquisition program manager myself and worked at the NRO for about 6 years where they do pretty good acquisition processes. What we're talking about formally here is a COCOM, which doesn't do acquisition normally necessarily, and I'll use the missile defense again as an example. Missile Defense Agency is responsible for that, not the COCOM. And so you've got a formal RFP process and proposal process that we've been discussing here that does need to have good requirements, should be and can be collaborative with industry to develop a statement of work so that they can then propose to something that is specific, has well-written requirements, that the customer gets what he wants in the end. The other piece of it that we're talking about here that has to do with EUCOM and the COCOMs has not much at all to do with the acquisition process, and there isn't an RFP necessarily and things of that nature. You might have system engineering houses providing analytical support to a COCOM, but the COCOM is not going to acquire, a satellite system or whatever the case may be. And so what's happening here at the COCOM, and the only way it seems to me that you can fix it, is if industry wants more information about what the COCOM strategy plans and policies are, so that they can then focus themselves in the right areas in the right way, whether it's missile defense going into Poland, or whether it's what are the Germans and the Dutch doing for their follow-on systems, or if it's air systems, or whatever the case may be. You have to have a full and open process that disseminates information to the widest possible contractor audience without any prejudice whatsoever. And so that means that the reason that contractors and industry have not been able to get the kind of access that they need to the COCOM in these things is because only the companies that push hard and come in there, but then people are very concerned that if they let this company come into the ODC or come into the headquarters and brief the leadership or talk about their systems and products, then other companies would protest that and say, we've been disadvantaged because we were also not given the same opportunity and the same access. And so the only way to do this properly, it seems to me, is what's being done here today, for instance, is that all industry, regardless of what they do, is invited and then is briefed on exactly the same things, and the invitation is widely disseminated, so everybody gets the same information, classified or unclassified. You can have a classified version of this conference if you want. Missile Defense Agency and AIAA do a good job of this in their annual conferences, for instance, at the AIAA that they held. I think the next one is in Warsaw. That seems to be the way to go, and that's why industry has not gotten the access that they have heretofore, is because it's been a hit and miss case-by-case basis without a process to give everybody equal access.
Fair. And, in this realm of, please, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add a color to this, just to make sure we're clear on it. I mean, obviously, everything here is absolutely true, but keep in mind, most of this discussion has been about a U.S. government acquisition of something. All true, all relevant, but don't lose sight of the fact that the vast majority of the acquisition going on in EUCOM's AOR has nothing to do with U.S. DoD acquisition and the processes and all the problems with AT and all the rest of it. It is 26 to 35 different countries' acquisitions and their processes, which you have only limited influence. So keep in mind, a large part of what EUCOM's got to worry about is not DoD acquisition. And when industry goes in to see the ODC chief in Copenhagen, he's probably not talking about what DoD is going to acquire. He's talking about what the Danes are going to acquire, and then how that plays into and dovetails with the security cooperation goals of U.S.-European connection.
But the requirements drive cost. Cost drives the FMS case. It drives the ability, proper portfolio, project management. So you're absolutely right. It doesn't follow DoD 5000 necessarily until a service component has got to put out a contract to actually get whatever that good or service is. So even if you don't, the concepts should probably be followed. They don't need to follow the 5000 series, but you still need to have a test and evaluation master plan. You have to have a logistics support plan. You have to have all those things that are all driven by requirements that have timelines, that have dollar values associated with it, and that's all project portfolio management. And that's where I think a lot of this is lacking, is it's one thing to say I want to go buy X, but delivery of X requires a project to stand up. It requires a project manager with timelines and schedules, and they need to have a logistician available, and they need to have a security person available, and they need to have an engineer, and they need to have an acquisition person to understand what all the pieces are. They need to engage the State Department. So they need to stand up. It's just like you stand up a project management team and you kind of stand it down, stand up, stand down. Knowledge management, information sharing, right? The technology is so available now to capture that information and share it with anyone around the globe with the right access. And capture it in those types of forms. It's easily
It's all about the content and the access. When and where and how much of it. Please.
To tail off of what you've mentioned as far as the metrics, what part of the problem I think with that is that it's pulling just from the source systems on the unclass side, where we do our after-action reports and our high-level assessments, aggregated assessments of all the signals. So that's, but to that point, and I think to the point of getting information where it can be valuable and constructive and help with a collaborative exchange, we need to take the higher level assessments, the classified assessments, and really put a microscope on it. Which part of this assessment is classified and what's not, and what's the risk of something being downgraded. So we've had this discussion over the last probably month or two. It's a continuing narrative. Everyone always wants to be careful and cautious. We need to look at things a little bit more objectively in what we do, what we classify, and what we can do to bring information down, not only for partners, ODC chiefs with limited access to CIPRNet, they're begging for the information on the enterprise side. So I think that's a key barrier right now, a key challenge that we need to.
Thank you. In terms of, again, security cooperation, when we're talking about FMF, 1206, 1207, USAID strategy, national security strategy, IMET, all of the different security cooperation programs that EUCOM is involved with, I think most of those funds, from my perspective, other than the training funds, are going to regions in Europe, and please correct me if I'm wrong on any side, but what I've seen is that most of those funds are going to countries that do not have the requirements process that you're talking about at all. I've heard many, many times in the past year, sitting in ODC's offices, they don't know how to do requirements. They don't know how to define it, they don't understand it, and so the ODC chiefs are writing that for them, but again, industry in the middle of that is helping that ODC chief many times. I've done it. I know you're all doing it, and you're going out there talking to your counterparts, and EUCOM, please weigh in. It seems to me that an opportunity for us to collaborate exists right there, and that who's the customer, right? We have this argument in Textron a lot. Who's your customer? It changes, but if you have Macedonia that wants armored vehicles, for example, they don't have a requirements process at all.
Right.
At all.
Right.
So, once you're going in there, if you're an armored vehicles company, or if they want helicopters, I don't know if they can afford you, but for the sake of argument, this is an area where I see us collaborating a lot, quite frankly. And I think that we, down at that level, do a pretty good job of it. I'm not sure if it filters up to the EUCOM level, but welcome suggestions.
Well, the 1202, I don't know how tied that is to the industry.
In the old days, I heard that what used to be called the JCTP program, now the mill-to-mill program, I think, was partially geared towards familiarization of equipment that the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force operate. When the country says, I think I need armored vehicles, or I think I need, fighter aircraft, I thought that JCTP was meant to say, okay, if you really do, and if the U.S. government thinks you do, then we're going to send a team in to brief you on Boeing aircraft, on Lockheed aircraft, so it's fair on both sides. We're probably going to take a team of your officers, we're going to take them back to the States and show them, an Air Force squadron and a Navy squadron, and kind of help you along to see, is this the direction you want to go? This is what it looks like. One picture's worth 1,000 words. Is mill-to-mill at all geared towards that kind of thinking, or towards assisting this, or is that totally out of the box now?
Right. We don't have the JCTP program anymore. It is the mill-to-mill, and most of our, actually primarily our focus on mill-to-mill is all the implementation of the strategy based on those strategic objectives within functional areas, and not so much geared more so, it sounds like, on selling of equipment. That's part of it.
Okay, but when Poland and Hungary and Czech decided, about 13 years ago, that they were going to buy fighter jets, at that point, they decided they were going to do it, and then the U.S. government was supporting both the F-16 and the F-18, and the F-18 dropped out for one reason, and then mill-to-mill was used for that. If if the country, I mean, I heard your comment about, the country sometimes reaching too far, but usually a country like Kosovo, that I visited, they're going to be buying belt buckles and boots. They're not going to buy Blackhawks or F-16s or JSFs or anything like that. So when it comes back down to the level of reality, isn't there some way, and we know that the country needs something.
Well, the 1202 program, I don't know if you've seen that, excess
The what?
equipment, 1202 is excess equipment will lend, not quite like Lend-Lease or World War II, but it's the same kind of an
Oh, the
idea.
EDA program. No, but I'm really talking about using mill-to-mill, and even state partnership was used back then. The Illinois Guard that was flying F-16s was showing the Poles how they fly. They actually brought Illinois and Texas F-16s here and flew here to Poland and flew them against, against Polish aircraft. So that was a tremendous assistance to U.S. industry. That was also, industry wasn't out, Lockheed wasn't out on its own pushing F-16s because they just felt like it, although they felt like it, but they were doing it in concert with the U.S. government in an FMS effort that was a competitive effort against the Gripen and the Mirage. And Lockheed won in one country, and unfortunately a European product won in two, but in Hungary and Czech. But is that totally out of bounds to use
I think the
military?
reality is, EUCOM had talked to Romania and Bulgaria about not getting F-16s because they don't need them. There's 1,000+ fighters in NATO, right? I mean, they could use something up in the Baltics. But they said no. Even though we're part of NATO, we feel we need this for our national sovereignty. And after it went through all the way up to the ambassadors and everybody else, they said, okay, then, since they're going to get them, it'll be a U.S. competition. That's in our interest. And so, I mean, that's how it happened. So nobody tried to talk them into it. I mean, Lockheed didn't go over there. Of course, they were interested to sell it. I don't blame them. But they're not the ones that made this happen. I mean, they made it happen eventually, but it was the governments that wanted that, and then through a facilitation process, they bought them.
They want the shiniest and newest and best technology.
At some point, there's got to be U.S. shiniest and best. I'm sorry,
There's another example of that, if I may, when I was attaché in Slovenia. The Slovenes wanted F-16s. EUCOM did not want them to have F-16s because they wanted them to spend the money on special forces and send them to Afghanistan, as an example, which is legitimate. When the COCOM says, no, we don't want to encourage them to do that. But industry, of course, would want to sell systems if they could to certain competitors and for certain countries. And in Austria, the example is the F-16 competition with the Eurofighter, where the Eurofighter ultimately won. The problem that industry faces, and this is something that EUCOM can't necessarily control, and I'll use Poland as the example, that the embassy and the country team is going to be constrained by either general advocacy or specific advocacy if there are more than one U.S. competitor going for something. And I'll say Poland has Lockheed Martin and Raytheon in competition to provide the Poles with integrated air and missile defense systems. The ODC is very constrained by what they can do vis-a-vis each of these companies. So they recognize they'd like to help U.S. industry, but because they don't want to be viewed as favoring one U.S. industry concern over another, they are very cautious as to who they talk to, how they talk to them, and what they provide them. So there's a distinct disadvantage that we constrain ourselves with in that regard. If industry, however, can collaborate and come up with a proposal, or for whatever reason, as it was in Austria or somewhere else, or in Poland, if you win or you don't win it, if there's a single U.S. contractor with subcontractors and they collaborate on a competition, then you can go head-to-head with the gloves off against foreign industry. Now in Poland, it's Israel and France are also proposing solutions for the Poles. And make no mistake about it, the Israelis and the French have no constraints whatsoever. They bring in their top guns, president, of France if they can, anybody else, to advocate for their systems, and they will do anything within legal constraints to a certain degree, to win that award. And they bring all of government in on them. And that's what people like the Poles or the Austrians or anybody else, they want to feel special. They want to see that emphasis, and they want to see that high-level visit and see that country is serious and backing it, because they don't look at it as necessarily Raytheon or Lockheed Martin. They look at it as the U.S. government is coming in and wants them to buy U.S. systems, and we can only really do that if there's, not a conflict of interest for the USG. So those are some of the constraints, I think, and it's unfortunate because other European countries don't necessarily have them. They tend to be monopolies.
Yeah, that's a good point. Go ahead, sir.
Italy has Finmeccanica. France has whoever has Israel, the list goes on and on. The United States has, let's see, Lockheed, and you start to bring the list. So how do you, I agree with that in that principle, right? In one of the ways that we could better serve the security cooperation effort is to have a more united front with our industry partners and our government partners. So when the sector goes to Poland, he says, hey, yeah, by the way, here are my 5 companies that make what you want to buy, right? The difference being in Italy, for example, Finmeccanica is 40% owned by the Italian government. I used to work for them. So that there is that interest. So how do we, or how could we replicate that similar type of relationship?
That's where I think it goes back. I go back to it's about the requirements, right? I think it's incumbent upon EUCOM and the ODC offices to get better at helping those host nations define their requirements. You can get exactly what you want if you define the requirements the way you want them, right? So if there is and obviously that puts you as companies in competition, and that's okay. Companies are willing to compete for business. That's not a problem if they know what the requirements are. But once again, ODC officers are not trained requirements people. They're not trained contracts people. They're not trained legal people. They have a background in that information. They get some level of training, but that's not their specialty. And no one exists to help them to do that.
So then the first industry conference on how to write requirements for the government employees will be when? Because that would be very helpful.
When would you like to set it up? When would you like it?
Yeah, when are we going to bring all the ODCs together?
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a fundamental problem.
Yeah,
There's a fundamental problem with that, and that is that having done that for EUCOM in Poland, that I was the technical advisor for the MOD with the Missile Defense Division there, and the Poles wanted us to write the requirements for them, because as you said, they had absolutely no requirements process. They have no idea how to conduct a full and open competition like we do in the US with competing industries. And so they literally wanted us to do that. But I just, accidentally, had the background as an acquisition program manager because I'd worked at the SMC and NRO and that before I became a foreign area officer and was at a COCOM. But there aren't people at the COCOMs, and neither is that the COCOM's job to write requirements. It just isn't. That's not the kind of people you generally find at COCOMs. They're operational type folks. And so to get that expertise, you need to go to places like Missile Defense Agency or others. But they are very constrained in how they deal with it.
But maybe what you ought to do is, like we talked about earlier, and I think Mike could do this, is have the components participate here as well as ESCA, for example. And I'd ask AT&L Industry Relations to come over and get as many people as you can to see what the issues are, understand. First of all, none of this is going to get fixed perfectly. But it goes back to the whole issue of well-intentioned fixing is what better practice, or better business 1.0 is that we talked about today. That was well-intentioned. There was no reason to, they weren't trying, the Ash Carter was not trying to mess the military up or industry. He saw a problem because things had gotten out of whack. And I think people are open to open dialogue where, you're not going to give away anything unethical. But, who really does it? I mean, who does it? And I think your point's well taken. And there's nothing wrong with asking questions about how to do it correctly. And I would advocate for that.
As Mike, I was just going to say, I think right now also, there's lots of programs with their own individual process, procedures, and policies behind those programs in place. But it's also putting that onto a somewhat, I don't want to say level playing field, but at least onto a legal field. And again, now everybody's can be a part of this field. Industry, government, there's different government organizations as well, some OCONUS-based, some CONUS-based. But now, at least if I stand back a little bit, now I see the whole field. Now I can start injecting the knowledge, the information, the skill sets. In some cases, you had a particular skill set that you were able to bring just by chance. Those skill sets do exist. They already exist within the organizations. So it's also by that process or model that they see that and they can be brought in as well, and they can weigh in.
One of the things,
Please, go ahead.
my colleague points out, as I said earlier, I'm trying to move more and more into the commercial realm, away from DoD. And I had a president of the country that said, here's what I want, and I figure it's gonna cost me about $400 million. That's probably about right. He was, okay, I'm ready to sign the contract. I was incredibly uncomfortable with that.
Good move.
So I actually convinced the ODC there. I said, look, there's a bunch of small boutique engineering CETA firms. Go have him hire one as the QC for this project because he has no clue what I'm going to do or not do for him. And it's turned out to be great. It was a small business. They're getting about a $15 million a year contract that we did with them. But they helped him define his requirement. I have a very happy customer because he's getting his requirement defined now. And when it's all in, we have a good shot at pretty much ending the piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. I mean, we're putting in a full spectrum maritime security here. Maybe.
One of the problems with a lot of these countries, defense institution building is what I do, and you are talking a lot about equipment and hardware, and that's all good and great and wonderful, but the reason my skin crawled when you said $400 million, yeah, great, does he even have the money?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does he even know what to do with this thing? Does he have the funding stream, back to your processes, the funding stream in place to make that happen that's within the budget, the force structure in place that gets the right people in the right place with the right skill sets to do this thing.
We're doing all that.
You know, the rubber bands and the other things that this doodad needs and the other expendables and all the whole rest of the picture, all, not just the razor blades, but the shop that carries the razor blades. Are those pieces in place? And I would venture to say that in a whole lot of our Eastern European partner countries, it's not. And that's what we're trying to help them do. And one of the things that you all can help us with is to say, you know what? I know this country very well, name the country. And here is the issue that I keep running into institutionally that just knocks my socks off every time. You know, they say they want gold-plated God knows what, and it's not within the plan. It's not within NATO. It's not within EUCOM. They don't know what to do with the damn thing anyway. They wouldn't know how to turn the thing on or turn the thing off. You know, Africa's really bad about this.
That's Libya.
You're
describing Libya.
Well, in Africa,
Pretty much all of that is here.
Hello. So part of what you have to do, because you're the guy on the ground trying to sell them something, and that's okay. That's your business. But when you're seeing this, tell the ODC these guys have no strategic thought process. This is exactly where I'm having a problem. They will turn around and tell me, help me with this. They've got a zillion old colonels who are 60 years old. I'm close to that. Don't worry about it. That's not, they got all these old people they can't get rid of. So now they're plugging the system.
Easy on this old stuff.
I'm sorry. We refed ours in 200. I say that out loud. Anyway, processes in place that you're going to see, you're going to recognize as problems. Share those with the ODC. They'll share them with us, and then we can move into the country campaign plans to help getting some help there, because we want them to write their own contracts. We want to get
And be less corrupt, which is good for US and
there's
other
that.
industries.
Well, yeah, define.
If you would look at Millennium Challenge, MCC, from the U.S. government standpoint, MCC has figured that out. They do it incredibly well. A country has to prove its, quote, compact.
They do.
Then they can write their own contracts.
They do.
Up till then, MCC writes the contracts, and MCC runs the contract in that country until they prove it. And they have a whole system online to bring that country up to MCC standards.
Did you have a comment back here?
Just talk about leveraging different capabilities from different directions, DoD, industry, and just add on your points about mill-to-mill. In EUCOM and CENTCOM, I've seen how you can leverage mill-to-mill to orient the country on a certain capability, on a certain program, but that doesn't always have the intended effect. If you just show them a little bit of it, they may start going for the shiny object. It's it's critical to have the sort of the strategy steer from Combatant Command, DSCA for some technical steer to help build a team to generate the requirements to develop a specific capability in line with Combatant Command intent. So I've seen before where shiny object, the country wanted it, got to have it, and then the project management office didn't come up with a coherent plan, and the country didn't know any better because they hadn't had it before. So the sustainment, education, training programs, parts supply, all the other parts that may not be considered during a mill-to-mill event, really need to take into consideration.
Yeah,
So leveraging all those.
What you're hitting on is linked to what we were just talking about here. And it's the inability of these, the inability to develop requirements. This thing, so without quoting me outside of this room, I dealt with Poland for 3 years at DSCA. I worked there for 5 years. Now I'm a contractor trying to sell them something. They still can't get their requirements down. They have no idea how to manage programs when they got the F-16 program. They have no idea how to let people at a colonel, an 06 and 05 level manage things. And what they really need is more, is it called IDARM or what
Well,
is that?
IDARM is,
But all that
Yeah.
stuff that Pat Knight and those ladies handle,
No, I know.
that's what they need. They need training of program managers, of requirements development, of building those types of internal institutions. And maybe that's where we need to back off to after all these years.
One of the things, for us, this is going to be no surprise or jaw-dropping thing, but we don't have an integrated DoD approach to, if we're going to be, if the U.S. approach is to sell F-16s to Bulgaria or Romania, and then the trickle-down effect even to the mill-to-mill program, we don't have that visibility yet for us to know that, to therefore align all the different stovepipe projects and programs that we have to then incorporate that. Because, like I said, unless we get that with our ODCs or whoever collectively, or is that their mission? Is that their, are they executing CCPs, which may not have anything to do with selling defense acquisition activities? That's the part I think that we also have a disconnect, and therefore it trickles down, obviously, into industry.
So it goes back to putting everything onto a single fleet. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean it's level, but you're putting all these components, all these elements. And again, when we talk collaboration, what is it basically? It's information sharing, it's knowledge, it's growth. That's what will take place there. If you start creating the enabler, like putting all these pieces of the puzzle that have been scattered out, and that general idea of the picture, now at least if I can put it into this one form and have enough people seeing this, they can put this together. Capability has always been there.
I have a question for the group. Are there incentives that exist or that we collectively can put into place to help EUCOM and industry collaborate better? This is a question that Mike Ryan and Dr. Johnson Graham wanted us to address in this group. Are there incentives?
I'll just say that the incentive has to come from the top down. A lot of us, you can see in EUCOM, and from my experience there, the staff certainly wanted to do some of this, but unless the policy is such that the staffs can interact with industry, the ODZs have the job to interact with them and to facilitate U.S. business in that country, and it goes both ways. Like you said, it's not all about the U.S. Companies are not trying to necessarily see, well, what can we sell in that country to the U.S. It's, what do the Poles want to buy? Okay, the ODC in Poland knows that. They're on the ground, they know exactly what the Poles are looking for, and they can provide the contacts and things, but from the top down, the senior leadership has to say, this is part of our job, that you need to do this. Get it cleared with the lawyers, whatever you got to do, but to get that to happen, then you have to make advocacy at the decision levels way up the chain, because this is not just EUCOM, it's government-wide, this reticence to deal with that outside of the acquisition process.
Separation of church and state.
To that end, I am a state nonprofit organization, and I want to help EUCOM as best I can. And every other conversation with Laura Johnson Graham had been, well, our lawyers say that you can't do this. Well, before I can do that, I have to talk with legal. And I come in today and I spoke with Lieutenant Colonel Fishbeck yesterday. And he's like, well, for the reception, we can't spend more than this much money per person. And so I think incentives would be great, but you guys, what we tell our own clients, don't be your own worst hindrance and barrier to market. Sometimes maybe the system itself here is its own worst hindrance to greater collaboration, and you're not going to be able to implement an incentive program if a nonprofit like Virginia can't come in and out of the goodness of our own coffers try to do something for you all that,
I think that goes down a dangerous road. I think that's probably where she's going. I think maybe one incentive could be what we've touched on multiple times, that collaboration for information. You know, I think what we're hearing on the requirements side, what we're hearing on the, we would like more of the information that you're generating. I think that is a powerful incentive, perhaps on both sides. We'll throw that out there as possibly one. I understand what you're saying, and anytime that money comes into the conversation, and then everyone wants to back off, and I saw a EUCOM presentation recently.
Anybody in the industry wants to back off, I'll come take the money.
That kind of money.
Well, I would say another challenge we face a lot of times are our authorities under the U.S. Code. I mean, there's only certain things that we can do under Title 10. Then obviously, if there's something we're able to do under Title 22, but we find ourselves handcuffed all the time. And obviously, everybody wants to be a great citizen, as General will always say many times.
But what can you do?
But I think also in that environment, then also the policy issues then they get put out there. When they're put out there on the open field, that's when they can also be addressed as well. Because we know the example, technologies, that's not the hindrance. Policy. It's just policy.
But that's not EUCOM. That's not EUCOM.
Yeah, to your point on policy, and which links to your point on incentives. On incentives, EUCOM desk officers will never get commissions, all right? So that's one thing that won't happen. But on policy, there is an entire structure outside of this, and there used to be like high-level defense working groups where the undersecretary or the deputy secretaries of defense would come out and meet with the countries. It would be bilateral discussions, there were joint staff talks. So there are ways, if there are true needs, requirements on the part of the country that industry is ready to meet, that EUCOM is ready to meet, that have policy level support from Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, from DFCA, from everyone else, then when we all get together and meet those requirements and succeed, then everybody gets a pat on the back in terms of report cards, OERs, whatever. That's the only incentive that I can think of.
So I would add that in today's advanced telecommunications environment, these meetings are great, but people don't have to fly 3,000 miles to make this happen either. So there are ways to host these in given environments where people can sign up and go to a specific location. You can hold these types of interchanges more often. The cost is then minimal on industry's part for participation. You're going to get a much wider audience because for the most part, only large businesses can afford doing this type of travel and support for this. So you're going to get much more participation from other entities in a broad spectrum of activities. So I would say that would probably be an incentive for other parts of industry. It goes back to sharing information, sharing the knowledge.
I mean, the field is virtual, so
yes.
As long as you can connect.
Right.
What is the, just out of curiosity, what is the Virginia products that you have to offer? And then there's a reason for asking.
Virginia has a wide variety of goods and services in the defense sector that we export. And with me here, I have manufacturers and service providers from cybersecurity to the OED threat assessment and requirements management and ACT over there with their first responder type thing. So a whole host, but those are just the ones that came with me. But there are many second and third tier suppliers in Virginia. Virginia is one of the most heavily focused defense states in the nation, and my role exists as a result of sequestration. Virginia Economic Development Partnership is trying to counterbalance some of the impact that's going to come as a result.
But I mean, is it to sell to EUCOM or to the countries over here?
It is to get involved with UCOM, to increase FMS, to facilitate DCS, to increase commercial sales of dual use,
Right.
however we can help them.
The ODCs are, I mean, the embassies, when I was over here, I mean, were way willing to help U.S. industry at least make the contact. I mean, they wouldn't advocate. So it's not like it hasn't been done, you just have to go there and do it.
That's why I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
That's why we're meeting today.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, but there's not a complaint issue, it's a matter of process for you.
But then again, it goes to the role of the ODCs and how do they see themselves? Do they see themselves as a facilitator for
Well,
the
it's not
U.S.
necessarily the
business?
ODC, it's the embassy, commercial services folks. I mean, you gotta know who it is.
Right.
I'm sure the ODC would be glad to say, hey, I can find some people for you, there's nothing wrong with that.
They'll introduce you as well. Go ahead, please.
The commercial service, in fact, is the facilitator we used to describe ourselves as the export promotion agency. Now we also do foreign direct investment promotions a couple of years already, but primarily it's really about helping SMEs not only from Virginia, from all over the U.S. to get access to more than 75 countries/markets worldwide, and we work very closely with our ODC counterparts, especially here in Germany.
And this is also where advocacy will be, they can help with advocacy.
Yep.
We talked about that several times, and that's about the only way that U.S. firms are going to be on a level playing field in Europe in terms of how they're promoted. And other people can weigh in. We have advocacy in Libya, for example. We're the only American company that's full-time in Libya. And that for the past year, the UK government has literally brings in a battleship, and on the battleship are all the UK companies, the UK foreign minister, their minister of defense. They're on board bringing the generals onto the battleship, so we can't do that. The U.S. government will not do that. The only way you can do it is to go through the commercial service and ask for advocacy.
In this case, it would be ODC.
It would be ODC, but you would assist with
exactly.
putting that together.
I think it goes back to it's also another resource. Again,
Yes.
Department of Commerce, familiar with it, you can go to their website. It's also a matter of finding,
Yes.
basically trying to dig or mine for that information. Again, that's another resource, another capability. Put that into the pool as well. But all of this that we talked about and have identified today onto that field. Yes. Again, now all eyes have that access. All eyes have that capability.
Connected.
We are winding down, we're getting close to the break. We need to nominate a spokesperson. There have been some very engaged participants, and if somebody would like to volunteer, the due-out is going to be one slide where we will discuss, the spokesperson will discuss what the key issues of topics that we discussed in here were, some of the challenges, and some of the opportunities that we see for collaboration.
I think our person from Virginia ought to do it.
She's
the one that
She's
Second that.
I was gonna
You're going to be volunteer.
Okay.
You'll
Yes, that's
just
exactly what I
speak to the slide.
Okay, but Bob, you gotta be my cameraman. Okay, because I don't do anything without, photo op.
Doesn't surprise me a bit.
So do we want to help her and kind of help, like summarize this?
Yes, we need that.
We actually may want to go. We'll actually put the slide together here in just a couple of minutes.
Better procure.
Yeah.
But to kind of highlight some of the things that we've talked about. We've talked through what some of the key issues are. I've written some down. We have pages of notes here as well. We've talked about funding. We've talked about the DCS FMS process. We talked about the trickle down of strategy and policy. We've talked about the role of industry, how it's perceived here at EUCOM. Also, the communications. We talked a lot about the ability to communicate amongst ourselves and industry and also with the EUCOM staff and at the ODC level. One of the things that I've got on here are the objectives or the end state. And this goes back to what the comments that you were making earlier, in my opinion, a regional approach. Earlier in the main session, we talked about pooling of, we're looking at multilateral cooperation efforts more than bilateral. We heard pooling of assets. This, in my mind, goes to a regional approach where more and more, as there's shrinking staff on EUCOM side, on the DoD side, also at industry level, I think this is going to be an approach where we need to have increased collaboration. And then the General has mentioned several times integrity. Our ability to interact with EUCOM, there's absolutely no question that there will be everyone in the room will have full integrity. I think this is an end state that is worth at least pointing out in our topic of conversation. Some of the challenges, some of these things kind of filter into each other. The lack of communication, we talked about an ability to communicate with each other. Metrics, the metrics that could perhaps be misaligned or more properly aligned. And then trained staff, referring specifically to things like requirements generation, assisting in Eastern Europe, for example. We also talked about the sister state partnership and some of the challenges there, and I think everyone in the room could benefit by taking this is an area where we can collaborate, not only with the U.S. reservists and National Guard who are coming to various countries over here, but also on the industry side, we get involved. I've been involved with the Sister State Project with Maryland, which their sister state is Nigeria, for example, but it's an opportunity for Virginia to certainly get involved with a state, wherever it might be. And then opportunities, we talked about requirements. We have the offer of helping EUCOM with the requirements class, I think. So certainly that's an area for collaboration. Classified documents. We heard in the corner of the room how we can take a better look at some of the classified documents and make sure that we've really assessed whether or not that information needs to be classified, and perhaps it would help on the industry side align our resources and our R&D budgets. Contracts, and then the last point, the multimedia meeting. We could do this. There'd be a lot more people in the room. We could do this more often, once a quarter. We could do this twice a year instead of once a year. Or we could. I think what we're going to hear next is that there's going to be an iterative process here. I think Mike wants to take this to a little bit further down the line. I think I've heard that several times, and Dr. Graham as well, that those of us who have been involved with this is not just we're going to walk out of this room and not talk to each other again. I hope that we will all be able to have continued dialogue. So these are some of the areas that I've written down. I know there are others. Would anybody like to add anything to what's listed here? Please.
Maybe this, in addition, right now it's just generally a question. What instruments do the ODCs have to facilitate commerce, to put things in motion? We mentioned, or Paul mentioned, the sources sought, which would lead to a SOW, which would lead to a RFP. There's another process called Broad Agency Announcement, BAA, which kind of takes you from the government trying to figure out their requirement right down to exactly what they're looking for. So what instruments do the ODCs use to do their business?
Email.
That's it? Okay. No formal process?
Not that I'm aware of.
They don't have any money. They don't do anything. They just decide.
Well, I'm using a contractual example, but my point is, so there is no process. Got it.
They don't have an ability to enter into any type of contracting action, release an RFI on their own, any of that type of activity. It doesn't exist. And that's a problem.
Right. That's what I'm saying is what do they use? And if the answer is email.
The other problem I see is you mentioned a lot about ODC, right? The ODC is the ODC. I don't see one in this room.
That's a problem.
Let's do the shutdown. Let's do it here.
Yeah.
I think your resolution.
We kick the can,
I
Tom?
think you have to be clear about what the COCOM can do and should do versus the developing agencies, whether it's ACC or NDA or somebody else. The COCOM does not write system requirements. The COCOM doesn't tell the developer what system he needs to answer his questions. What the COCOM should do and can do is write mission requirements to say, I need to have, 24/7 intelligence, surveillance, or reconnaissance capability over a certain region to do certain things. So there's a little bit of a mismatch. ODCs don't do it either. So if the industry is looking to sell systems to the government and write requirements, it's not the COCOM that's going to write the system requirements. The only influence the COCOM will have is through their mission requirements of the warfighter to tell the developing agencies, and again, I like to use the example of Missile Defense Agency, as to what it is we need to fulfill our mission requirements. So there's two different things here.
So, and I just want to add to that, just one more statement, is that in most cases, people want to buy an existing piece of equipment. So it's not necessarily about defining new requirements. It is defining your operational needs that then translates into an existing piece of equipment. So I agree with the gentleman, the COCOMs, the ODCs aren't about writing requirements, but they can certainly help identify that operational needs statement, which translates ultimately then into a set of requirements for an existing capability or system.
And if you look at somebody like Poland, or any of these countries, they want to buy something that's trusted by somebody who they trust.
Not developed.
So, okay, U.S. military uses it, it's good enough. Right, that's
what they look at. You're exactly right.
Or it's either, or we don't have to have that conversation, and this is where the COCOMs matter and care about. I think there's this little country called China that's having that conversation today and facilitating it much better than we are. And that's where it's in the SACUR's interest, because he's failing on his China policy, or is he failing on his Russian policy, or is he, insert adversary.
We're out of time. Thank you all. I think we have 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. There's a networking break, more coffee, and probably snacks. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.